Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, November the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. And if the audio, for most of you, I know the audio is going to be pretty good, but if there are some issues with audio, just let me know. I can do, there's a little reset I can try. But let's get into it. Well, again, we're tons and tons of earnings plays, but before we look at that, look at AMC. So when I first saw this, I thought, okay, this was a delayed reaction to earnings. But as Kiri pointed out, they've done another financing, 350 million. I mean, this is just on and on and on, guys. So they did release earnings after hours yesterday. Had a little initial little pop up. They kind of stabilized. Even this morning was up just a little bit, and then that prospectus, I guess, was filed and selling up to $350 million of common stock. So there you go again, another huge round of dilution for AMC. Thank you, Carson, in our YouTube room. So, what else is happening? I mean, guys, again, there are just a ton of earnings plays. The only one that is not an earnings play that I happen to see was this Astra, and it looks like something about the founders. Yeah, somebody's trying to buy them for $1.50 a share. I think it was the founders. Anyway, yeah, Astra founders look to snap up rocket launch firm for a fraction of the 2021 valuation. Okay. So that's the reason for the little pop for ASTR. But again, guys, there are just so many earnings plays. Anything that you see with a 0.25 or a minus 0.25, excuse me. So if you've got my pre-market actives up or down, all you have to do is sort on the earnings date column. Just double left click on it. You'll be at the top and just scroll down until you start seeing the 0.25s and the minus 0.25. Same thing with the earnings on the way down. So there's AMC, but again, I think it's way more not about earnings. It's way more about the dilution. Look at Callaway. Like I used to be a big golfer. I had a big Bertha way back. Um, Look at Callaway, MODG, and basically an all-time low. It's an earnings play, all-time low. Not counting, of course, the pre-market lows, but wow. CDLX, another earnings play. Just down 36% on earnings, right at the 200-day moving average, 897. Yeah, 897 is a 200-day moving average, so just a little bit below. On the upside, Taste, TAST. This is an earnings play. TAST is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it on earnings. IonQ, PJ mentioned IonQ. Yeah, that's down on earnings. Trying to see though. Looks like it's kind of wrapped into this. Right. Okay. I'm sorry. I was misreading that. So yeah. So there's the 200-day moving average, 1047. So it's sitting just on top of the 200-day moving average for IonQ, another earnings play. And good morning, of course, William and Real and everybody else. ARM is an earnings play also. This is their first release. The IPO, of course, a few weeks ago. A lot of hoopla about it, but this is their first earnings release. I had no idea. I didn't realize it had been over the IPO price over the last few days, but $51 is the IPO price, so it's just a little bit below it now, and it is their first earnings release since their IPO. Disney, no, Disney's an earnings release also, DIS. And the actor strike is now, I guess it's tentatively over. So I was watching some of the streamers, WBD and Paramount, Not huge moves, but here's Disney. No, I don't think anything to do with the actor strike, but can't hurt. But yeah, trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 adjusted EPS results. So there's Disney, DIS. Yeah, AMLX definitely. I'm just going to get to that one. That was next on my list, I think. AMLX, catastrophic earnings play, 18. What did it close at yesterday? Around $18, $13 right now. Not an all-time low yet. CDNA, where are you? CDNA, another earnings play. There's so many of them. This will be probably, well, we'll probably have a lot tomorrow too. And then that's it, guys. Next week we'll have earnings plays next week, but again, I know I've said this a few times. We had 1,000 this week, 1,000 over 1,000 this week, over 1,000 last week, about 250 next week. So say goodbye to all our earnings plays. Where is that CDNA? Is it up? No, it's a gap up. That's why I'm looking for it on the gap downs. CDNA gapping up on earnings. Mara, and I don't know if Riot is also an earnings play. Mara is definitely an earnings play. No, so Riot is on the 7th, was on the 7th. Mara is today. MARA is today. Bitcoin play, of course. What's Bitcoin doing? Wow. Oh man, Bitcoin's having a huge move, isn't it? So Bitcoin's having a huge move. Mara's up, not so much on earnings, but just because of the Bitcoin move. Now look at this Bitcoin move. I know not exactly ETF for Bitcoin, but not a bad proxy. Get a link to this layout. Yes, you can. Oh, just give me a moment. I'll give you a link to the layout now. Here, the slide layout. So this is a link to my layout. And remember, if you have a layout already up and running, please make sure you save it. What you'll see is basically this, okay? And if you want to see the pre-market actors up and down these two, all you have to do, because I think they're minimized when you load my layout, just click on Windows and show all, okay? And then these two will pop up. Okay? Don't worry about the gap up and gap downs over here. This is what you really want to pay attention to, the pre-market actors up and down, in my opinion. What else? So there's IonQ. Taking a look at EVA. There's another. Wow, what a disaster this one is. EVA, another all-time low. It's so cheap though. Another all-time low. It is an earnings play. Imagine being in this one yesterday. You're down 50% now. Probably maybe holding on. People know earnings are well. Sometimes you don't know because you haven't paid enough attention. But even those who knew that earnings were coming, maybe holding on for good news. Boy, see, remember now, guys, in perspective, this is an 80-cent stock. Remember, they did a 1-for-10 reverse split. So this is really an 80-cent stock right now. Looking at it from before. It's Duolingo. Okay, take a look. I didn't see Duolingo anywhere. I don't think. Wow. You know what? I should have stuck to my guns. I thought this was way overdone when Google came out and said they were gonna do something, big competition to Duolingo. Those of you who don't know, I think I'm on a 185, day streak now, and I'm learning Spanish using Duolingo. Well, look at this. What a pop-up. Not very much volume yet. Yeah, it's just looking for stocks, with abnormal option activity, okay? So if a stock, just to give you, an idea, if a stock normally trades 5,000 contracts, has normally traded, say, 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, if you put, say, 300% in the min in the option volume percent, if you put 300% or ratio 3, that stock would have to trade 15,000 contracts, okay, 3 times. So in this one, I'm just looking, just another way for me to identify stocks that are trading abnormally, just looking at their option volume. So the minimum number of contracts in here has to be at least 500 contracts, and it has to be at least 150% of normal. Really that simple. Just another way, and if it's in brown, if you see it in brown, that means the stock is moving down on option activity. If it's light blue, it's moving up on option activity. It's really that simple. I don't trade options. I'm just looking for another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally in addition to that relative volume filter. Okay. And that actually is not off topic, Tim, as Real is saying. Anything market related can be put in the general market talk. Specific stocks only, as it says, for just for talking about a specific stock. Guys, I think I'm going to forego looking at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Look at this EBIX, man, oh man, guys. I mean, not that long ago, this was a $30 stock, and this is true decimation. It's a pet peeve of mine when people throw around it got decimated. Look up what decimated really means. Look at this, $32. This is back in, the end of July, guys. I mean, this is not that long ago. A $32 stock, end of July. A little over 3 months ago, down to 350 now. Hmm. Yeah, AMLX continues to move down. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do is take a look at the sectors now. So yesterday we had, yeah, SPY was up just a bit, Dow was down a little bit, Nas was up. So I think the SPY, since I think it's what, 8 days in a row. I think that's the first time since 2021. I think Nas up 9 days in a row, something like that. That's the first time in a while also. Anyway, let's take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, scroll down until I see show more, and we'll take a look at the major sectors right now. Market's in for a nice little pop. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% in green. What does that mean? 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. And when you just do a quick look, you can see that every major sector is at least 50% or more. Okay. but I'm more interested to see where are they with respect to the 200-day moving average again. So XLE, so XLE has been moving away from the 200-day moving average, that blue line on my daily chart. Retail, just going to take a look at a couple of these. We know XLC and XLK are above. There's yeah, so I don't really think there's any point going over the rest of them. I think they're all below except for, by the way, what's happening here? TPST, guys, old favorite here. Not old favorite, but old crazy one. TPST having a bit of a run here. Very, very low float. Consumer discretionary, that's the other one that was above the 200-day moving average. XLY, that was another one above the 200-day moving average. You can see that here. And how about financials? That's the other one I think that was kind of around it. Yeah, you can see just so right now, you can see it closed just at the 200-day moving average. You can see the last 4 days, it's been right at that 200-day moving average for the XLF, the ETF for financials. And so maybe today is the day it clears it. So if that happens, that means we'll have 4 of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. No point again, technology and communications certainly above, XLF, and consumer discretionary. The rest of them are all below. AGRX looks like a cheap earnings play. You look at AGRX. Yeah, just no volume. Absolutely no volume yet. Has room, a little bit of room, but there's no volume, so we can't trust this pop yet. All right. AMLX had a pop actually. ARM can let's see what happens around 50. Big psychological number, in my opinion. It's got down below 50 after hours. That's a big drop. 54 down to 49.40 or so. So that was a big drop after hours on earnings, ARM. Firm is another one, guys. I mean, there's just so many of them. AFRM is another earnings play. I don't know if I mentioned this one. This is holding quite nicely, actually. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 25.63. So this has a dollar until that next high. Not saying it's getting there, but okay, Tim, too, were you okay with my explanation about the abnormal option activity? Okay, so Jay Bug in our YouTube room, can you tell me how to find the earnings play stocks for the day? Okay, Jay Bug, are you part of this test drive? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Are you part of the test drive? Okay, so yeah, I decided not to do them today. There's too many earnings plays to look at price. Okay, so I just decided not to do them. Um, okay, so if you just want to see, you go to my homepage. So you don't have to take my entire layout. Okay, so JBug and anybody else, if you click on my homepage link, Scroll down until you see my scans. Okay, that's that middle section. And you see where it says pre-market actives up and down, load those two. If you know how, hopefully you know how to load a link, open the scan, you'll see it, it'll come into your browser, a new tab, copy it, and then file load from cloud. And if you do that, then you'll see that you'll have the pre-market. You won't have these two or these over here. Don't worry about that. You'll have these will be individual pre-market actives up and down. Individual meaning they'll be free floating, not in a what we call a dock window. And then if you, I have an earnings date column. Okay, I have an earnings date column. So when you load it, it'll probably look something like this. You know, I mean, because the obvious thing to do. Give me a moment. So the obvious thing to do when you have this right when you load, assuming you're doing any sort of pre-market work, is just to check out the ones that are up the most from the close. Okay, so that's why when I look at my pre-market actors up and down, I'm always sorting first on this change from the close column. This shows me the ones that are moved the most since yesterday's close. Okay, so you can see ASTR is up 74% from yesterday's close, etc. EVA on the way down, I sort on the change from the closed column for the ones moving down. And I sort it so I can see the ones that are down the most right at the top. Okay, so that's the obvious thing to do. But then when we're in earnings season, I have an earnings date column. If you can see my earnings date column. So you just double left click rapidly, and then scroll down. And when you start to see 0.25 and minus 0.25, those are the earnings plays for today. See how many there are? And the same thing, double left click on the earnings play on the ones down and scroll down until you start to see them all. And again, so 0.25 means they released earnings pre-market. Minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours. Okay, yesterday. So on my charts, the mauve area here on my 15-minute chart, that is after hours. So you can see Affirm, AFRM, they released earnings after hours. You can see the move after hours, and you can see this is the pre-market, and you can see that it's basically held that gap it had after hours. So those are the earnings plays, okay? There are other earnings plays, I'm sure, but these are the ones that are passing my filter requirements. Okay, J-Bug and anybody else who is and why we're of course concentrating on earnings is because again, 1,000 companies this week, over 1,000 this week, over 1,000 last week. Next week we're down to about 250 companies releasing earnings. So we're getting right to the end of earnings season. We'll probably have another couple of weeks that are okay. I mean, 250 companies is still, not bad at all. It's just that right now it's almost too many. You get overwhelmed by all these plays. Okay, J-Bug, good. And the other thing you can do, if you look at my homepage again, I also have earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. Okay, that is what we call a compare count window. And so you could have. I don't have it up and running right now, but you'll see a crawl. And you'll see all the stocks that are earnings plays as a crawl. And if you see it in red, it means the stock is going down. If you see it in green, it means it's going up. So you can also take. It's just a different presentation of the data. So Disney, guys, Disney is holding pretty strongly here. The market's strong. Well, strong. It's relatively strong. See what the market's been doing. Actually, I forgot to look because I think at 8:30, 5:30 my time. Yeah, so that's what happened. So the jobs report came out, and whether people believe it's fictitious or not, it doesn't really matter, okay? The market looked at this and gave it a pop. Now, it's not dropped afterwards for some reason, but we are now. Well, the thing is, J-Bug and anybody else again who's listening, I don't once the market opens, I close this down. This is just for my pre-market work, okay? I close this down. So the other one will give you a running total all day long that they compare the earnings plays up versus earnings play down. That'll give you a running total all day long. I don't keep this up and running once the market opens. I shut it down. Meanwhile, guys, TPST still making a little another little move here. So November 8th pre-market, it looks like they had earnings yesterday. No no reaction whatsoever. So there must be some other news. I don't think I can't bel I don't believe this is a delayed reaction to earnings. There must be some other news or no news, just some group somewhere has decided, let's pile into this one again today. Now, guys, we have a great promo on right now. I just got the new promo code. And remember, I was saying yesterday that more than likely for what we call the early birds, but this is open to everybody. But I'm going to put the promo code in right now, and this is at 30% off. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, when you click on my homepage link, you'll see this. Obviously, don't use Barry 15. Use Early Bird 30, all in caps, for 30% off the first month or the entire year. Okay. So again, when you click on Get Trade Ideas and just type in your promo code will be Early Bird 30. Okay. And you'll see what the discount is. Okay. It's a huge discount. So what you can do, like I would not hop onto an annual plan unless you absolutely know you wanted the product. Okay. But what you can do is you can take a monthly at 30%. And if within 30 days you decide you want an annual, we'll honor the 30%. So you can still try us out for a month. So I have here earnings were yesterday, but maybe they released after hours. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, okay. See, we had November 8th pre-market, but obviously they didn't. So it looks like yeah, so they released after hours yesterday. Thank you. So therefore, this is an earnings release today. So we had it here November 8th pre-market, but obviously that's not what happened. It should have been November 8th post-market. Well, standard would be 118 a month. Okay, standard would be 118. And with that discount for the first month, it would be $82. Okay, that'd be a standard subscription. Okay, guys, thank you, William. Yeah, so less than a minute for this market open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, all US dollars. Okay, everything is US dollars. Standard subscription is 118 a month, so take 30% off that. Premium is 228. Take 30% off that. Okay, and you'll see what premium is all about. You'll see the AI alerts as they come in. All right, guys, we are now open. We are now open. Is Tapestry. Tapestry is an earnings play also. This is the old Kate Spade, I think, right? Or no, Coach. Sorry, Coach. Morning Max. Yeah, so that 30% discount, if you buy an annual subscription, it's 30% off the annual price. Yes. If you buy a monthly, their 30% is only good for the first month. Okay. Lyft is an earnings play, guys. LYFT. Wow, look at already we're getting some. So this was an earnings play yesterday. RBLX. What are they doing? A financing? This was an earnings play yesterday. RBLX. We had a nice move, but it did sell off a little. So it's sort of continuing that sell off. So again, in the abnormal option activity, this is we haven't seen this for a while. Getting something right off the bat. Normally, it takes. I don't have a delay on it on purpose, but usually it can take 30 minutes before we get the first one. But it's too early for me to do anything. Now, when you say is it 30% off the yearly discounted price, I don't know what you mean by discounted price. Our standard, I think, is around $1,000, right? So 30% off that. Boy, something is hitting this one. It's almost like they're doing a financing. Anybody see any news on RBLX? It had a pretty good earnings release yesterday, reaction anyway. But this is really moving down. I don't know if it's just moving down with the market. Yeah, APP is an earnings play also. Just too many to go over, but yeah, APP I believe is an earnings play. ARM guys, ARM below 50 now. ARM is an earnings play. Well, it was below 50. Take a look at APP. Yeah, so I mean, this is an earnings play. You can see the reaction after hours to APP. I don't know if this is just because of the market doing this, but this looks like it's almost going to go negative now. But APP, so had an again earnings after hours. You can see the move area, nice pop. Kind of was holding its own in the pre-market. It was drifting down a little bit, but boy, the market opens and it's a big drop. Early bird 30, yes, all caps, all caps. Okay, all caps. So that promo code I put in there, early bird, the early bird is in caps. Okay, all caps. Twilio is an earnings play also. TWLO. TWLO is an earnings play. You know, and I sit out the first 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 anyway, just because I just find things are just too choppy. LZ is an earnings play also. LZ is an earnings play also. Legal Zoom. It is not case sensitive anymore. Really? It used to be. I love Pepe. Yeah, you're right. Okay, not case sensitive anymore. And when I get these promo codes, they're always presented to me in caps, and I'm almost for well, before it used to like our passwords and your usernames are all case sensitive. Donut guys, donut. DNUT is an earnings play. Donut. Krispy Kreme. Sorry, PJ. I know you love them, but well, I wish they'd make our passwords and usernames not case sensitive also. The firm continues higher here, guys, on earnings. AFRM continues higher on earnings. Now, again, the AI, you will not get anything in the AI until at least 9:40, okay? That's the earliest. You were right. There is something, yeah, you were right, Phoenix. Shoot, you were right, because that should not be appearing here. It's only option volume today is 11%. Ugh. I mean, the option volume may be correct, but that's why I thought it was a little strange to see one right off the bat. How about the CIFR? I'm wondering if our okay, at least that one is correct. It looks like correct, 180%. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just commenting about our option volume. Certainly on the Roblox is not cannot be correct. TPST, okay. Well, TPST earnings play, yes. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 437 ish. Market continues to move down. Okay, after the pop up for AMLX, after the little pop up for AMLX is maybe continuing down. A couple of big topping tails, 1371. So what I'm going to do is put an alert just in this area here around 1258 or so. I want to see if it have an alert for DraftKings for some reason. Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of stocks doing this, guys. Just following the market right now, following the market. So that's why I'm looking at AMLX. AMLX. This is an earnings play. Did have a little bit of a run, but this market. Okay, so okay, so there is your first AI alert. Remember I said the first one would be no earlier than 9:40. Didn't mean we had to have one at 9:40, but it will be no earlier than 9:40. That's by design. So how you trade it, if you're going to trade it, is up to you. CNM, let's see, is that an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. CNM is not an earnings play. So it's obviously looking at some kind of a bounce. This stock is falling, but look, if the market's doing this, I would never ever take a long trade unless there's some unbelievable news. I mean, it looks like they're going to acquire a company called Granite Waterworks, but I don't know if that must have been the news after hours. But you have to have some sense of what the market's doing. Why would you take this long right now when the market is doing this? You had just got halted on the way down. Yeah. Wow. Earnings play going. Oh, man, imagine being in this one, thinking, okay, I know it has earnings tomorrow, and you're holding this at 4. Yeti. Okay, Yeti, guys. That's another probably an earnings play. Yeti, YETI. Yes, it's an earnings play. Very, very choppy though. Look how choppy this was in the pre-market. But it is an earnings play. And looking left, 35.80 looks like the next low looking left or so. But again, a lot of stocks are going to look like this. So just moving down with the SPY. That promo code, I believe, is only good until Monday, Kevin. So no, that's why it's called early bird. It's for people who want to take it right now. They've seen enough this week, and they want to take out a subscription. So that's why it's called early bird. There will be a promo code afterwards, but it'll be for 25%. Okay, just okay, guys. Well, putting it about so you can see. I mean, CNM is basically following the market. CNM. Look at the bottoming tail. Look at the bottoming tail. So red bar to start. Red bar to start. Bottoming tail. Bottoming tail. So I mean, if this market can kind of rally a bit, CNM could. I mean, it's from the AI. Yes. Good grief, man. Look at app now. It went actually negative. I just couldn't take it. I mean, it's just chasing it for me in the first 15. I just couldn't do it. But so PDSB, let's take a look at PDSB from our AI and let's see what it's doing. So it's another one that's trying to play a bounce. It's not an earnings play. It had some news pre-market. Phase 2 data. It's a bio, so phase 2 data. The CDLX is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It is an earnings play, CDLX, through the 200-day. There looks like there's room down to about 6. If you look at the weekly chart, looks like there's pretty decent support around 6. So there is some room for this to move down if it wants to. And that's CDLX. Now let's keep an eye on this market. Okay, there's CDLX continuing down, CDLX. So again, this is from my 10-day daily breakdown. There's a firm. Wow. So again, just too early for me to do these, but so I do, I recognize the fact that some of these things can keep running right from the beginning, but I just don't take them usually in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, Max, the way it works is that if you take out a monthly subscription right now at that 30%, if within 30 days you decide you do want an annual, we'll honor the 30. Okay. Novavax, I don't think this is an earnings play. Novavax, NVAX. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. To me, though, too much resistance not that far away. All right, we're 15 minutes in, so now the other thing, Max, is don't overwhelm yourself. Okay, I'm just trying to answer your question. You're saying miles away from getting a handle on everything in the system. You do not have to know everything in the system. Okay, within 30 days. Yes, Kumar. What's my email address? You can give me a moment. But you can. Oh shoot! I can't post. Okay, I have to figure out again. This time I swear I'll write it all down. Guys, I cannot post anything in YouTube right now. I'm getting an error, that stupid error. Okay, I have to figure out again why I'm getting it. I don't know, but okay, Jamie, all you have to do is support. I can't post. Okay, but if you can see the screen, I'm getting an error message when I post something into YouTube. Okay, but if you want to get a hold of me, all you have to do is you can just go to support trade-ideas.com. Okay, and you can just say, so there, there it is, support at trade-ideas.com, and just say attention Barry. Okay, it goes into the general email, but if it says attention Barry, I'll see it. Okay. My thoughts on Nvidia. Okay, I do have to solve my ability of not or my inability to post in YouTube. Well, Nvidia has earnings coming up at the end of the month or in the 21st. I don't know. I mean, it's coming into maybe some resistance. I mean, it's had a great run, like a lot of the market over the last couple of weeks, especially tech stocks. Don't really no. I don't really have anything else to add. Yeah, I have to, but there's a few steps. So let me see if that's all it takes. I wonder if it's gonna be that easy. And I sign in. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to. Okay, looks like I'm back. I can actually post in YouTube again. Okay. Write it down. Well, yeah, I should. No, I can't remember what I did. All right. What else? What's happening now? Now that I'm back and okay, now might be a good harbinger. Might be a harbinger. Might be. We've got a couple of bottoming tails now in the SPY. So this was a red bar all the way down here, but the buyers are trying to regain a little bit of control here, a little bit. Now, I don't know. Okay, I'm seeing this as a suggestion to short PXMD. I don't know how many people have shorts. I know Interactive Brokers do not have shorts for PXMD. Does E-Trade have shorts for PXMD? The reason I ask, of course, is anybody's using Brokerage Plus and wanting to use IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade and use Brokerage Plus and want to short this, you can't. No, you can't if with IB. I don't know if E-Trade has shorts. All right, guys. Just want to do a quick sound check in YouTube. You can still hear me, right? I did. I don't know if I messed something up. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube still. So there's the CDLX. So the CDLX actually had a pop now, kind of moving with the market, even though this is an earnings play. And typically they don't earnings plays. They don't care too much about what the market's doing, but this is sort of following the market. CDLX. Okay, good. Thank you. Pepe, etc. Okay, this is an earnings play, November 8th post market. So released after hours yesterday. G is an earnings play. Big gap down on earnings through that whole number now. Um, where is any support? It's not quite an all-time low, but boy, so this must be the all-time low down here around 1950. This is back in January 2020. So over 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago now. And that is for G. Meanwhile, CFIR is continuing down. This is not, this isn't, well, it was an earnings play yesterday, I guess, November 8th pre-market. So this was an earnings play yesterday and continuing down today. I'd like to short this G, but the spread is kind of, well, this cheap one, guys, CIFR. So where is the next low? If it takes out three, the next low is down here around 269 on the daily. And then there's the 200-day moving average. So that might support it, but all right, let's take a look at METC, METC. You know, that was very active in the pre-market. Yeah, very active. Something about, yeah, I read this kind of interesting. The guy bought it for $2 million years ago, but it might hold a $37 billion treasure, rare earth metals. So you got to read this. If the project, if the project proceeds, it'll be the first new rare earths mine in the United States since 1952. Okay, so interesting press release to say the least. Okay, well, AMC had a nice bounce actually. AMC did have a pretty good bounce off that 8 level. Looked like that 8 level was pretty decent support. You look down here. Again, earnings play, but that's not the reason it's down. They're doing another $350 million, up to $350 million financing. Okay, PUBM. This is a Pubmatic. This is an earnings play. And right at that 200-day moving average, 1482. So it's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Now I've got a monthly chart up here. I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, it certainly has room. Let's take a look at a weekly chart. Yeah, same thing, guys. Boy, this is to be watched, especially if it can take out 15. The PUBM, look at the room it's got on the weekly and the monthly, almost up to 20. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. I'm just saying, taking one reason why it won't keep going up, take that equation or that aspect out of the equation, which is chart resistance. So there doesn't appear to be too much chart resistance. It's got to hold that 200-day moving average, 1482, and maybe pop through 15. What did it get up to today? It got up to 1495. I'm going to stick an alert at 15:03 and see if that happens later on. Again, William, anybody with E-Trade, could you have shorted this, the XMD at E-Trade? I know you cannot do it at Interactive Brokers. Just give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. So frustrating doing some of these things. Okay, I'm just trying to point out the. Okay, well, guys, CLDX, that would have been a good one. I did not take it. It was just a little early for me, but CLDX, let's see what it does at 6 now. This is what I was thinking might be support, CLDX. So let's see what it does at 6. All right, what's happened? Bill, I know is an earnings play. Bill, I believe it's an earnings play. No, I'm wrong. It was on November 2nd, but it is something's going on with it. Bill is it was an earnings play a few days ago, got hammered down, and this is a pretty big gap down now for Bill, Bill. Ooh, another maybe an interesting one. Another one. We're chasing, unfortunately, right now, but Synopta STKL coming through my abnormal option scanner. Now, the next high looking left looks like it's right there. That will be on a daily chart somewhere. It got right into it. 465 is the next high looking left on a daily. Now, if it can get through 465, it's got a shot to the 5 level, and then, of course, if you get really optimistic, up to the, 627 level. Again, I'm never saying they're going to hit these, but just trying to look at charts to see whether or not a stock could keep going till where could a stock keep going until it hits the next high? Okay, now we're getting a huge down candle here. Whoop, huge. Who's your broker, Jason, in our YouTube room? I asked a question, I don't think I got an answer. Anybody with E-Trade, can you short PXMD? Probably, well, in Canada, we call it Remembrance Day. I don't know what you guys call it in the States. At any rate, I don't think, the markets are closed, no. Yeah, you guys call it Veterans Day, we call it Remembrance Day in Canada on November 11th. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, I'm talking with our people in Trade Ideas at the same time and trying to do all this, so I haven't really been able to find anything. The G is looking interesting to me again. Okay, the G, excuse me, G. Cobra. Okay, yeah, Cobra's got all sorts of shorts. Obviously, cool. I was asking about the shorting ability for PXMD and Interactive Brokers. There are no shorts available. Nobody's answering me on the E Trade, William. I know you guys are busy. But Jason in our YouTube room said he could short this using Cobra, and I'm sure Centerpoint. Oh, you did. I'm sorry. I didn't see. I didn't see. Okay, so there were shares available. Okay, with E-Trade. Okay, cool. Interesting. None at Interactive Brokers. So this is turning out to be not too bad. This AMLX on a short, another waited for the pop up. You can see where the alert happened at 1404, got up to 1432. And now this is an earnings play. AMLX. Look at this market. Mm. Guys, that ESTA from yesterday, was it ever absolutely confirmed? Okay, so this is now official. This is official. This was something that was circulated amongst traders yesterday, but this is official now for this for their Motiva implants in China. It's starting to drift down now. ESTA. Oh shoot! There's the G guys. I got distracted. I wanted to put this on the chart, but I got distracted. So there's the G that I was talking about. I'm a little late. All right, HIMX. Let's see what HIMX is doing. Is an earnings. It is an earnings play. HIMX is an earnings play. So I look left, and what I see is too much resistance right around the 615 to 620 mark. If it can break that, then it's got some room to almost 7. But will it break that? Very, very choppy looking daily chart. Hmm. Maybe keep an eye on NFE. I have this thing. I have this thumbnail. This was a big one, I believe, yesterday. NFE. Trying to move a little bit off this 34 mark. This was an earnings play yesterday. Big move yesterday. A little bit of continue, well, 6% continuation today. This takes out 24, this ESTA. I mean, this has got a lot of room to come down. I mean, this is where it started yesterday, around 1972, that news, and it was confirmed, got up to 31, but now it's just starting to drift and it's actually gone negative. So what I'm going to do for ESTA is put an alert, a price alert, right around 24. Whoa, it just hit it. The problem right now with it is the spread 23.92, 24.24. That's not a good spread at all. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers, but this does not look good. I wish if that spread were just a little bit tighter. It's just tough to commit 23.77, 15. I mean, it looks like it's going to really start to drop big, but you just don't know. SHLS, I have an alert down here for some reason. This was an earnings play a couple of days. Well, actually, yesterday, the reaction was yesterday. So another move down on earning continuation, second day continuation of earnings underneath the whole number now. This is SHLS. And if we back out this, go to a monthly chart, just check where is any sort of support. So 1392, there's a low right there on a monthly. And after that, wow, 972 is a low. So this looks really good, guys. See, SHLS on a short, SHLS on a short. Probably another earnings play, LFMD showing up on the option scanner. Yeah, another earnings play, but to me, looks like there could be some support not that far away. I'm looking for things that have big gaps. So whatever direction I'm looking at, I want to see if I'm looking left. I want to see the next low looking left, far enough away. Okay, come on down, SHLS. So where did I find this? Remember, this was on a price alert. Okay, so this is not on a scan anywhere. Relative volume is that's why it would not be on a scan, but it was on a price alert. I'm not looking for a huge move or anything. I mean, I do see, yes, 959 on the monthly chart, but the relative volume is not great. So I don't know how much more oomph it's going to have on the way down, but and that's the SHLS. That's quite the news on the MET-C. If you really believe this, the hype, I mean, man, that is something, 1480 is the high in the pre-market. So there's a pre-market high for MET-C is 1481. If it can get up to that level, I mean, the next on the monthly chart is 18. Let me go back to a weekly chart. No idea what the news is? Well, you can put some loud music on and drown me out, but the guy who bought this $2 million this coal mine for $2 million 12 years ago may be sitting on $37 billion worth of our rare metals. That's your news. And if they do get this thing going, it'll be the first rare earth metals mine since 1952. All right, give me some more SHLS. Okay. Now I know why it's called MET-C, because basically it's a metallurgical coal company. That's why he bought it. My spy chart is not updating. Okay. I see that it's updating. I don't have a little. Why do you say it's not updating? This is the 1015 candle. It's 1024 now. So this is the 1015 candle, which will run to 1030. Why do you think it's not updating? Well, thank you in our YouTube room. Challenged pronouncing some of these names. Delavar. If you then you should do a refresh, okay? You should do a refresh, Jane. You must be just stuck. Guys, this is giving me way more than I thought. I was a little worried about the relative volume being so low on the SHLS, but so you can see the beauty of just putting a price alert and just forgetting about it. I mean, there it is, guys. So I had this price alert. I said it might have been yesterday. Well, right there, created on the 9th. No, no, sorry. The first one was on the 8th. Okay. So I created it yesterday, popped up on my screen and took a look, like what I saw. Didn't love the relative volume, but okay. And this is just turning into a great trade, great short. It was all about looking left, of course. Looking left. I didn't see anything that could stall it for a while. So that's how I trade. Super simple. As Marty says in our YouTube room, must get better at setting price alerts. I use them all the time. So actually, this is a good segue. Usually I wait till about 10:30, but it's a good segue. I might as well talk about some of the things that you'll see in trade ideas and also talk a little bit about our test drive. You can still sign up for the test drive. You, of course, will not get 10 trading days with us, but you'll get the balance of today, plus tomorrow, and all next week. Okay. And I'll explain what I mean by all that. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So $11.11. So you can actually sign up all the way up till tomorrow. Okay. But you will not get 10 days. The only way you could get 10 days if you took advantage of it from the 6th to the 20th. These are fixed days. Okay. So it will still cost the $11.11. So you think it's worth it to get basically 6 trading days with us, 7 today, tomorrow, and then next week. You think that's worth $11.11? Go for it. And in essence, you'll be just like you are a full-time, like a premium subscriber. You'll have access to the AI. Okay, right there. This is what our AI looks like. And other things. You can practice trading. I haven't demonstrated any practicing of trading yet, but you can practice trading using our simulator, uses our real-time data. So, a few words about this though. If you sign up for it, when the test drive is over on the 20th, it's over. In other words, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, so we do not put you into a subscription. It's a commonly asked question. And it sort of inundates our support people by people saying, hey, okay, can you unsubscribe me and please give me a confirmation email? Okay, you don't have to worry. You're when it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. Now, I've already posted that, well, for everybody, but if you're in the test drive and you decided, you know what, I like the program, I want to take out a subscription, we have a nice 30% promo code. Wow, look at SHLS. Love it. Um, we have a 30% promo code. That's good, I think, until Monday. I think it said the 13th. I'd have to read the email again. But anyway, 30%. I'll put this in right now also. If you click on my homepage, and then you'll see that promo code earlybird 30 for 30% off. Okay, so we only do this about 3 times a year now, so we don't have free trials. Reason we have to even charge anything is because the exchanges, just because we'd love to give it away for free for the 2 weeks and trading days, but they won't allow us to do that. We have well over 1,000 people now signed up, and you can still sign up today and tomorrow, and then after that, that's it. Okay. So if you ever thought about what is Trade Ideas all about, and this room is like this. This is not set up specially for this trading for the test drive. I'm live on the mic, sharing my screen Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. all the time. Okay. So this is nothing special. The only special is that I have obviously with people taking the test drive, I have more questions. which is absolutely fine. You can ask me questions all day long, all the time. Okay. If I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, I'll certainly let you know. So that's the test drive, guys. Now, my homepage, and I've been told it has been updated. So any little attempt to get back up to 1350, I'm going to take some off of the SHL. Yes. Any attempt to get back up there? So if you click on my homepage link, come on. Okay. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So the promo code has now been adjusted. So this is what you can use. Early bird 30, you'll get 30% off the first month only or the entire year. So all I ask is this. At some point in the future, if you are going to take out a subscription, please, you can either one of two things. You can come into the trading room or you can save my homepage link. Okay. And then you'll get into the trading room and use whatever promo code you do see there. Okay. Now this is not going to last. I think it's going to be, I think the email said to the 13th. I'd have to check it. The reason why to use my promo code is that this is a free room and we'd love to keep it that way. And the only way we keep it that way is for people taking out subscriptions. No, and I'm not telling anybody to take out a subscription now. Just when and if, okay? It could be tomorrow, could be next week, next month, next year. But whenever you do, just use my promo code. It will really help to keep this room free. So obviously it costs to run the room. And we use this for marketing. Company wants to see that it is working. And the only way they can see it's working is they can track, they can track, who takes out a subscription using my code. That's simple, okay? All I ask. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you can first thing you have to do is the getting started. That'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. This is a software program. I know I repeat myself every single day, but I think people, I know I'm lazy too. I buy something, I don't want to look at the manual. Okay, I want to turn it on and make it work. But this is a software program. There is a little bit of a learning curve. So at least do this. This will, if you ran through all these videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Next, if you are new to trading, we've got a free series of videos for you. Trading 101. This is all free. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video. That's free also. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. I don't think it's going to trigger this week. I haven't looked at it. Somebody can tell me. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. When you get the email, there's a suggested entry, and I don't think it ever got up to that price. Education. So this is a user guide that we've got. Now, again, don't get overwhelmed by what you're seeing here. This is it's a typical user guide. A lot of stuff in there. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. The getting started for sure. You should, the top two things. What is an alert window? What is a top list window? Okay, you should know that. You want to take a look at stock racing, it's over here. And then price alerts. You hear me talk about price alerts all the time. And, it's so valuable to use, simple to use, valuable. And again, you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. There is a getting started series again. Again, this is the education section, education tab. So there's the user guide, getting started again. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And I think, well, I know it's going to be Steve today and I think tomorrow. Okay. So Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room today. And I believe I think he's going to take over. He's going to do it tomorrow also. But before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. We all have different trading styles. We have 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday. We have five different traders that take over for me in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good opportunity to listen to somebody else. And they have their own scans also. Okay. I've, as I said, traded some of this out now, guys. The SHLS. I get out of it all now. Okay. Last, if you click on my home link and you're looking for my scans, you'll be at the top here. All you have to do is scroll down. Here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. It shows me the stocks that have gapped up or down from yesterday's close. So this allows, obviously the reason to do this is to check out the ones that may continue to move once the market opens. Pulse resumes. When I get back to my layout that I normally display, you'll see, wow, look at this. Look how many there were. I haven't been able to follow them, but wow, DTCK, I do recall that one before. So that's the Halts resumes. But what you're seeing here is the momentum scan. Okay. You're also seeing the abnormal option activity scan is right here. Couple that one that you don't see, and I'm not hiding it on purpose. I just don't want to have so many scans on the window that on the monitor that I'm sharing. But my 10-day daily breakout and down. I love these two scans right there. So, and I have some other scans that I'm sharing. There are the 10-day daily breakouts and downs right there. I have other scans that I'm sharing. Earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. So if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, the education section anytime you want. And of course, you can take a look at whatever promo code we've got going. And again, you can ask me questions all day long. Now, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, okay? And there is an important difference between a scanner and a screener. There are a lot of screening programs you can buy. We obviously, well, I should say obviously, but we have screening capabilities, of course. But what we're really, really good at is real-time alerting. Okay, broke down through 1350. As I said, I took some off right around the 1352 mark. Was thinking of dumping everything, but I had to hold on a little bit. Now it's popped down through 1350 again. And that's the SHLS. So if we take a look at this momentum scan that I've got here, this is an alert window. And if I right click on it and I click on configure, this is going to tell me what the scan is looking for if I click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect. So I'm screening for stocks, prices between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three. That means it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 10:40 a.m. Eastern time. So you can see right there. See now this is the relative volume is actually increasing because when I first saw this, when I got my price alert on it, it was only 0.69. Now it's at least it's trading a little bit over normal because look at the volume increasing. Oops. And the minimum volume is 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. Okay. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That gives it the momentum. Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I had to say a goodbye to my wife. Okay, so this is the screening aspect. This gives it the momentum, volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So if all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's how it works. So this is the screening aspect. And then what we're really, really good at is real-time alerts. Now, this is just one of many that you can pick from on the real-time alerts. I am somebody who just loves to see stocks near the high of the day or at the low of the day. That's my style. So you can see right there, let's see, in this scan, the last alert happened at 10:37 Eastern Time. It is now 10:42. So no other stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day since 10:37. That's how it works. Okay. Wow, look at SA. This is a great trade, guys, if I do say so myself. I never expected it to be this good. Never. Wow. Okay. So, so if you like my scan exactly the way it is, then fine, you can have it the way it is. But of course, if you want to make a change, you can. If I left click on the icon and I have a price of 1 in 100, if I wanted it to be 10 in 100, to make the change, click on the summary, you see how now it has changed to 10 in 100. So again, you can take the scan exactly the way it is, or you can modify it. If you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you'll see a filter that you'd like to add or take one out. Up to you. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I right click, configure, instead of summary this time, I will click on search. So again, I always have to lead off like this. Don't be overwhelmed by how many real-time alerts we've got. And right at the top, you see the two most popular, the new high of the day, new low of the day. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts that you can choose from. And if I keep scrolling down, these filters, these are the filter icons. So again, if you're looking at this and thinking, well, I can't learn all this, you don't have to. Okay. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, they had to create enough different real-time alerts, different filters, so that for the majority, wow, sorry guys, I'm pretty proud of this one, just based on a price alert. Um, so they had to create enough different real-time alerts, different filters, the thousands of customers we had and all the different trading styles that there are out there, I had to give enough of them so that the majority of the customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. It might be an idea. You just kind of scroll through them to see what we've got. But the other thing you can do is, and if you don't understand what one means, then forget about it. You know, there are two types of traders right now with trade ideas. There's people who have never traded before and are taking our product, and then we've got some experienced traders that are trying to see if the product can help them trading. And so if you're an experienced trader, you may be looking to see, well, I wonder if they've got anything like RSI. Okay. So if you type in RSI in the search term, you'll see what we've got for it. MACD. Now, by the way, if you look at this, and you say, well, wait a minute, I'd like a 20-minute RSI. I'm sorry, but we don't have it. You can't make it. Okay. It's not a programming language like that. You can't sort of make things up just because. So we've got 1, 2, 5, 15, 16, and daily. So again, if you wanted the 20-minute RSI, I'm sorry, we just don't have it for you. You're looking for MACD. This is what we've got. If you have a different time frame that you want and you don't see it here, I'm sorry, we don't have it. It's that simple, okay? But for the majority of our customers, what we've got for them is sufficient. And then we've got our AI here, okay? So this is part of our premium service, and we've got now I could not short this one. I didn't have short availability for PXMD, but I guess E-Trade did. And the reason I say that is that this window that you see here is we call this Brokerage Plus. And let me just I put a link called Brokerage Plus into the room. Zuh. And if you click on it, you'll see there are two short video. There's two videos. One is a short video, shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this window, but it's an option. Now, if you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, it is not available. Okay. It's not available if you're using our web-based version. And if you're wondering, well, what version, if you have a PC, you should be using our downloadable application. Okay. Don't use the web-based version. The web-based version's fine if you've got a laptop you have a Mac or you're on a tablet. I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't have all the features that the downloadable version has. And again, if you want to practice trading, you have to use the downloadable version. If you have a Mac and you're not unwilling, or if you're willing to use, say, an emulation program like Parallels or Amazon Web Services, AWS, something like that, then you can use, of course, the app. So anyway, this is what our AI looks like. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, I would not overcomplicate things. I know we have a channel called the AI channel, but I would not over. I'm not. Am I short bias or I'm? If it looks good, I'll trade it. Okay. So I'm not short bias or long bias. If it looks good, I'll trade it. So with the AI, this is what I would do. I would uncomplicate it. I would not use the channel. You get a lot of stuff on the channel. In my opinion, all you need to do is see this. Okay. And to see this is called strategy. Well, you go to the toolbar, click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. You will now AI does not start giving you alerts until at least 9:40. So nothing happens in the pre-market, nothing happens after hours. Usually there are not too many alerts, even after about 11 o'clock, all Eastern time, of course. And how you trade them will be up to you. I would never get hung up on, let's say you got this alert to short this PXMD at 343. Well, that's when you would have got the alert. Wow, it's a tight stop. No wonder that was a 6 cent stop. Okay, so you're presented with now. For me, people ask about auto trading all the time. I do not auto trade. I never will auto trade. And the reason being is that I will always, always want to be able to click on an alert and just check to see, well, what is it looking like on the chart? Okay. Is there some, now, unfortunately, I could not short this one because Interactive Brokers does not have shorts available. But if I could have shorted it, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look left. I'm going to see, okay, where could it keep going until it hits the next low? Maybe what is the market doing? Is this a stock that is maybe going to be influenced somewhat by the market? To me, probably not. It's a cheap stock. Probably doesn't care that much about what the market's doing, but it can't hurt. If you're going to short something, it cannot hurt that the market's moving down. So I'll size all that up pretty quickly and then I'll make up my mind. And so what if, by the time I've sized it up, instead of being at 343, it's now at 337. So what? These are not designed, to make 2 or 3 cents a trade. And I think people get hung up too much on, these entries and you got to get it in right at the entry. No. 1404. I would have loved to have taken this one. I would have, though, waited for a 14 break. If that's just me. I like to see breaks of the whole number. I would have loved to have taken this one. I just didn't. Unfortunately, I'm doing a few other things and I just missed out on it. But so how you trade these will be completely and utterly up to you. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So practice trading. Okay. Before you start trading, you should practice trading. Okay. Before you commit money to the market, you should practice trading. And we have a simulator here. You'll see underneath Brokerage Plus, we've got two options. One says live, one says sim. I explained how you can use this. You just have to watch the video and how you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. And then you can actually use this window to trade within Trade Ideas. I like to show its a value by using it as a simulator, a paper trader. So in order to load this, now I am sharing what you see here is what I'm sharing in my layout. So if you want my layout, you'll get this. Otherwise, if you click on New Brokerage Plus, this is the window that you'll see. You may have different column headers. We have a lot of different column headers, so it's up to you. And it's very simple to use. Now, when you load it, it'll more than likely look like this. It'll say not connected. All you have to do is underneath Brokerage Plus, click on simulation. It'll change from to the simulator. Now, if yours changes to account, and click on that the box, and then simulated trading default will pop up, and then click on that. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. And by the way, I should put this link in too. We do have a contest going on right now. If you're part of the test drive, and just read it. You have to read it. You have to pick the account you want to do all this in. This is the test drive contest. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Only for the test drivers. So just read through this. You have two simulated accounts to pick from. Okay, so just read through this, and you can partake in the contest. So to use the simulator, really simple to do. You just click on an alert, and the symbol shows up in the box. If you click on the quantity box, you can pick from these share sizes, or of course you can type whatever share size you want. This is the bid ask. Okay, you would click buy and then send. Let's just do one. Nothing like putting $37 billion into a press release, guys, to juice something like this, and that's the METC. Wow, SH. Just give me a moment, guys. I have to check to see again where the next area of potential I'm going to go back on my weekly chart a little bit. 11:59. Man, oh man. I mean, this still has some room. I'm not saying it's getting there, but the next low on the weekly chart for this SHLS is 11:59. Yeah, 11:59, and we're at 13:03 right now. So it still has, a dollar and a half or so before it hits any sort of support. I'm not saying it's getting there. So you notice I didn't tell anybody to take this trade. I just said this is what I was very interested in it. I got my now price alerts. So simple. Watch me put a price alert on a chart. So let's just say I wanted to put a price alert for MET C to see if it gets back up to the high of the day. So basically, you just, here's my pointer, and there should be a dotted line that will follow my pointer. And if I can eyeball it well enough, the price I want, and I just left click. Hmm. Okay, what's going on? Oh no, my mouse is not dead. No. Okay, sorry. Right click. I'm sorry. Right click. So just right click and create price alert, and the box will pop up. Now, typically, I don't put any notes in, especially if it's something intraday. But I don't. I typically, if you want, you can, but I typically don't put any notes in. There's the price. Now, of course, at 14.93. Of course, I can change it. Well, let's change it to 15. Okay, save it. Done. And you'll see there's a blue line now on my chart. So if that price hits, a couple things are going to happen. That blue line will turn to green. Let me put a price alert right here because I want to show you what will happen when we do get a price alert. And I'll put one just underneath. I'll show you what there. So you see what happened. My price alerts window popped up on my screen. I sort on the trigger time at the so that I'll see the last price alert right at the top. I can put a sound alert on this window because sometimes I do wander away from my computer. I have a wireless headset, so when I hear that sound, I can come racing back to see what was the alert. And the idea really is to minimize this window. You do not, and here, had I had this minimized, you would have seen it pop up on my screen again. The reason you minimize it is because that's what'll happen. It'll pop up on your screen. Okay. There's no reason, you don't have to have this window up and running the whole time, taking up screen space. So use price alerts. I mean, that's the only reason I knew about SHLS. I completely forgot I had had a price alert on it, popped up this morning, like what I saw, took the trade. Dak, I see you're back. Which one is that, Brian? The SHLS or which one are you talking about? What's that ticker? Lost my glasses. That's the way the cloud works, Andy. Okay. Every time you save anything to the cloud, it will not replace a previous one. The only time you can, if you want to replace something, then you have to save it. You can save it to your computer. So if I did this, um, save as, but you're not saving it to the cloud. It does get timestamped, so you can't see. I didn't like it either because what happens is I have so many versions sometimes because I'm handing out links left and right, and I have to go, once a year, I spend about an hour to 2 hours cleaning it all up, but they are timestamped. So you'll always see the latest one, or you can always see the latest one. Well, okay, Brian, I have talked about AMLX, but last thing I talked about was SHLS. Okay, guys, market is starting to bounce again. So even this one is PDSB. So the AI's got a couple of excellent, well, three of them right now. These are the percentages. Okay, so again, the PXMD, 20% move from the entry. This is a 6.5% move from the entry PDSB, 4.3% from the entry on the AMLX. Nothing pops up. Now, I've never tried to do a custom formula using this. I'm wondering if it's been disabled for the test drive. You may not be able to. Let me just do a quick question. It's possible that's one thing that you can't do during the test drive. I can show you another way to do it, but let me just see if you're going to be able to do it. Okay, so what is happening? Nothing opens up. Okay, so you went to tools, and so when you see formula editor, so when you say nothing's open, this box is not popping up. So try doing either a refresh on your account. Let me get out of here. Account reset connection. Okay, account reset connection. Just to see. You can try. I mean, I'm hoping that might work. Or I'm trying to have a conversation with the guys to see whether or not that has been, for whatever reason, disabled for the test drive. Nothing in the load bar also. Okay, so that's a couple. So, would you guys mind, anybody on the test drive that's using our downloadable application, would you just mind? I just trying to see, I want to make sure that, I don't know if this has been disabled on purpose, but if you click on tools and formula editor, you're not. So again, anybody with the test drive, you're not getting this box popping up. So Roger, are you part of the test drive? Hmm. Well, I have no explanation then. If you're part of the test drive and this box is popping up like this and others, but it says status, you're not getting this box. This is a super advanced topic, okay? If you're part of this test drive, you don't have to know how to create a custom formula, but you don't have the check mark. Hmm. Well, try it this way, okay? Who asked that question? Andy, try it this way. See if this works for you. And just give me a moment as I'm trying to find the link for you. Okay, I haven't created a custom formula in seemingly years, but this is what I used to. This is what I would do. We didn't even have that option from the toolbar in the old days. Okay, so if you click on this link, that should bring you, excuse me, should bring you into the formula editor, and it'll look like this, except it'll be completely blank. Okay, and all you would do, it would be completely blank because you've never done one before. And so I'm just going to show you. This is where you'll put your code, okay? Now, obviously, what did you try to do? Okay. So you have to know what code you want to use. You put that in the source. In other words, the formula you're going to use, you put it in the source, you give it a name, and then you save it. And then that should work. Okay. Why it's not working going from tools, I don't know. Now, if it's not working this way either, then I really have no answer for you. You might have to, as Pepe says, you might have to even do a reinstall. But, I'm not sure, or a restart. Is there any particular reason why you wanna create a custom formula, or you're just kinda curious? Okay, well, again, it is an advanced topic. It really is. Very, very, very few of our customers do it. But if you can try that link and see, but then, you're gonna have to know a formula to put in. Okay, guys, I'm out of the SHLS. Doesn't look like it's going to take out, the 20 or the 13, sorry. So got right down, right, it just try to, got right down to about 12.97, popped up over 13, so I'm out of it now completely. You'd have to get, his custom formulas then, if he's I didn't know he ran, custom formulas, to be honest, but you will have to get them from him. In that, link that that you have, are the formulas there? Somebody's asking about wanting to run Mr. Noss's now, don't confuse custom formulas and just scans, right? You'd have to get it from him then. My scans. I mean, the whole idea of a custom formula is this. So these are the whole idea of a custom formula is that you can take data points that we have and combine them to give you kind of a new filter. Okay. So these are the data points that we have. If you scroll down, I'll put this link in. Again, this is an advanced topic, guys. Advanced, advanced, advanced. Most of you won't have to worry about this. Well, not worry about it, won't care about it at all. So on pages 5 and 6, these are the data points that we have. Okay. It's on pages 5 and 6. So I'll put this link in. And then there is another page that has other data points. Just give me a moment. So these are also formulas that you can use. Okay. Volume today, square bracket TV as an example. Okay. So if you wanted to combine the volume today versus the volume yesterday and create a formula out of it, you can do things like that. Don't ask me to do it for you. Okay. This is again something that is very, most of our customers do not do this, but if you're up to it and you can, have some math capabilities, then, I mean, it's not hard math at all, but these are the formulas you can use also. Okay, and then you can go to that into the accounts page. This link that I put right here in the trade ideas questions, right there, account management. You click on that. You click on that, and this is what you'll see. You'll see nothing. It'll all be blank. And I'm just going to edit one of them. And what you'll see is create new. You'll see somewhere where it says create new. And when you click create new, a box like this will pop up. This is your source. This is where you put your formula. And you can give it a name. Give it a name that makes sense because you can search on it because it becomes a filter like any other filter with a min and a max box. and you just save it. Again, this is a super advanced topic. Most of our customers do not do this, okay? But if you want to take a crack at it, go ahead. So I see that Mara is starting to drift down, guys. Yeah, see this? Let me show you something. This is, I thought I was going to add it to my homepage, but I didn't. But I can always give you this. And I think this is kind of a cool way to see the earnings plays up and down. The way it's the way it's color coded. Okay, so let me explain what you're seeing here. So what I like to do, I like to see stocks near the high of the day. That's the position in the day's range, and near the low of the day, position in range. And so what I do is I click on this column, and so you can see that BNN, as in or right now FLL, is basically at a high of the day. If you don't see any white, so if I click on FLL right now, you're going to see that FLL is positive for the day, and it's near the high of the day. Okay, right up there. Okay, and these are earnings plays. If there's a little sliver of white here, that means it's not quite at the high of the day. Okay, and I keep going down. So on the flip side, position and range, fate, another earnings play. It, based on what I'm seeing here, this is going to be almost right at the low of the day. Okay, yes, right at the low of the day. But what can be interesting more is look at where the heck did it go? Look at SOVO, SOVO, or ZIP, right there, ZIP. It's green. What that means is this is a stock that is still up for the day. Zip is up for the day because I've color coordinated. You can see it's up for the day, up 13 cents, but it's at the low of the day. So you can find stocks that are kind of, giving it up. They're positive for the day, but they're giving it up. CLMT, positive for the day, but drifting down. And on the flip side, we don't see too many. Let me see if I can find MGNI, though it's not quite near the high of the day, but MGNI is down for the day because that's how I have coded it, color coded it. Anything in orange is going to be down for the day. Anything green is going to be up for the day. So there's MGNI, still down for the day. It's off 8 cents from yesterday's close, but it's near the high. It is somewhat near the high. But you can see now there's a lot more white space here. At one point when it was up here, that would have been all that green line would have been right to the end here. Hopefully, I'm not confusing anybody, but I think it's another interesting way to see things, especially things that are really starting to give it up. There's SOVO, SOVO. So still up for the day, barely, but at the low of the day. So if you want that scan, I can give it to you. Now, once we're out of earning season, I won't even be looking at this. But right now, this is if I probably can't even see them all. Even if I really keep extending it, I probably can't even see them all. Yeah. Look how many earnings plays there are. Okay. And all I've done, these are the two same scans. I just took this and I duplicated it, and then I wanted to sort on the position and range going the other way because all I care about at a glance, I don't want to have to scroll all the way down to see these guys. I want to see, so I duplicate this window and I just then sort it on the position and range, but showing me the ones that are down the most. Hopefully that makes sense. So I don't have to actually scroll down, take up a lot of screen space. I could do this. I mean, screen space is not an issue for me, but I'd rather just see the ones that are near the high and the low of the day. So I can shrink this, get this up here, and just at a glance, without having to, scroll down or seeing all the ones I don't really want to see. Okay. Sure, I can give this to you. Docked earnings layout. That's what it's called. So it looks like this. It's in what I did, a little dock window, so I could put both of these topless windows in, so they're joined. So let me find it. File, load from cloud. And this is what I like to do. I like to name all of my dock windows, starting with dock, so I can just do so I can see all of my docked windows. And it's called earnings layout right here, right at the top. Share it. Okay. Okay, so that is the docked earnings layout. I just shared it. I'm not sure why we can't have the cylinder here. Like this is what we call a cylinder. Okay, so I could do it this way. Oops, let me just see. Not here. Come on, properties. Yeah, so I've selected colors, okay, but if I wanted to see the actual percent, I just like the visual presentation. But if I wanted the actual percent, oh, this is in the graphical indicator. I'm not sure. Well, I just like the presentation visually, to showing me. I can tell immediately that this is right at the low of the day. This is not quite, anytime you see just a little sliver, but I can hover over this and it'll tell me the actual percent, right? There we go. Three, three. So that means, within the day's range is at the bottom 3%. So if I took the high and the low, that's what this is doing, the position in the day's range. So the high of the day, the low of the day, and so this is, right at the absolute low. When it says 3, it means, within the high and low, it's 3%, almost at the low of the day. And that's how all of our position and ranges work. Now, this is the non-graphical presentation showing you the percent. Again, you don't have to learn all this, know all this. I mean, if this is, overwhelming, it's okay. As far as I'm just getting a word about why this is not popping up, maybe for some. Do you have an orange, not sure where that would be, an orange message icon on the top right-hand side of the toolbar? If you have an orange an orange message icon on the top right hand of the toolbar. You have to read the message and then restart TI. Again, I've never had an orange, but I guess it would be somewhere over here. So if you've got some kind of a, if you can see an orange message icon, it's probably there. That's probably, that was a little email. So if that was orange, I guess that is, if that's orange, click on it and read whatever the message is. And I think you have to restart Trade Ideas then. That might be the reason why for some it's not popping up. But again, if you just use that link I gave you, you'll get into, I've never tried it this way. Again, advanced topic. If you're sitting there thinking, man, how am I going to learn all this? You don't have to. So you guys have been talking about Bill. Oh, here's another one that was really nice from my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, somebody asked before, am I short bias or long bias? I'm not really biased. I have noticed, of course, though, my 10-day daily breakdown versus the 10-day daily breakout, the breakdowns seem to be giving me a lot more percentage moves than the breakouts. And it's the old, the old adage, when there's stocks can move down a lot more quickly than they move up. Okay, so when there's fear, if there's some news that has come out, maybe it's an earnings report, maybe there's some bad news that's come out, stocks can really move down. Okay, there's the Met C. Holy smokes. Now there's the Met C right there, 1373 as an example, 948 to go long, and here it is at 1505 as an example. So it's not that I have a bias, but I have noticed that the breakdowns can be a lot more catastrophic than the ones that move higher. Give me a moment, guys. Verx, VERX. Let's take a look at this one. This is an earnings play, another earnings play, another earnings play. How many earnings plays? Well, a lot of them. We'll have one more day of big earnings tomorrow. Let me just do a quick look. Pretty sure I saw that next week we're down to about 250. What? No, 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 no. Just a minute. We're down to about Just less, a little less than 300 companies next week. That's still a lot. That's still a lot. But this week we almost had 1,400. Okay. So that's why we're seeing so many earnings plays right now. This is probably the biggest week for earnings. Notice I'm not talking about Apple and Microsoft and Amazon or any of those. It's amazing when you listen to the news networks, they basically say, well, earnings season is over when Apple releases or all the big. No, no. Yeah, I mean, you're right, William. I mean, there always be companies releasing earnings every single week. You're absolutely right. But there'll be a time where when I look at this, okay, and I expand this, there'll be days I'll see 2 or 3. Okay. Yeah, it's not that there's no companies releasing earnings, but it just really dries up. But again, 300 next week is not bad. It's not bad at all. We'll still have some nice earnings plays to take a look at. Boy, you know what? I mean, this SHLS, I'm gonna send an alert now underneath right at the low of the day and see if it later on kicks in because I mean, there's about $1.50 until that next low on the weekly chart. So I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but I mean, I think that obviously the major move has probably already taken place, but you never know. People looking for swing trades. I'm certainly not saying this, you should swing this, but if that news keeps getting pumped out there with that $32 billion, I mean, let me back this out and see. Yeah, I mean, 1837 is the next high on the monthly chart. And that was let's see, back in May of 2022. Okay. So, I mean, there's still room for this to keep running if this news keeps, if they keep regurgitating it. So surfing is, I don't really do it. The company doesn't really talk about it that much anymore, but this is the concept of it. Okay. So if you have some top list windows and you start surfing, okay, if you have top list windows, not alert windows, not multi-strategy windows, it'll even look at our AI and your price alerts window. So this is what happens. If you start surfing, And when I clicked on that, my computer is going crazy. Okay. So what it'll do, see, there's earnings plays now. Okay, here are two top list windows, right? API. So it's going to go to the next one. Confusing UGP. Okay. So UGP. So it went to UGP. So it looked at APLT, then it went to HBM, and then it's going to UGP. Now it's going to VERX. You can just sort of see. Then the next one will be LPSN. I'll just let it do it. Okay. Okay, okay, so it went to PRM because that was the next one on the list. What it does is it takes a look at the top 3 as you have them sorted in a top list window. It runs through the first top list window, go to the next one. So as many as you have, it'll actually go to our AI. If you've got the AI, look at the top 3, and if you have a price alerts window, it'll look at the top 3, and then it'll just keep recycling through them over and over and over again, okay? And so you can kind of just sit back and say, okay, I'll let the system load some these charts for me automatically. And at any point, you can see where it's out. So it'll go to PDSP next, right there. It'll go next to that one. Okay, you see how it does it? Now it'll leave this and it'll go back into my top lists, or it might go to my price. So you can tell where it is because it'll tell you, oh, then now it's on my watch list. Okay. So the idea is this, is that, if you just want to have the system run through the top 3 as you have them sorted in your top lists and if you have our premium service with the AI, then you can just let that happen. At any point, if you want to stop it, you just go to the chart. Okay, that'll pause it because sometimes you might see a chart that, "Ooh, I want to see this one." Okay, and you can stop it, and then once you leave the chart, it'll resume. Okay, and of course, you can just this is just a toggle on and off. So that's the concept of surfing. Just loading charts automatically for you. Okay. Sometimes when it's a slow day, and you've got some, and you don't feel like clicking anymore, and you do have some top list windows open, and you can just sit back and let it load charts for you. And then all of a sudden you might see one and go, whoa, wait a minute, I want to see this one in a little more detail, and just go to the chart. Then you can make up your mind if you want to trade it or not. All right, guys, it is 11:40. It's been for me anyway, excuse me, an extremely fast morning. But again, if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. And I will be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Steve Gomez should be. I just want to confirm it's going to be him. Pretty sure it is Steve today. Who's not getting the message, real? I did somebody say, I don't know, something about because yeah, I mean, you're always just posting levels. Nobody's ever telling anybody to take a trade. You have to have a trading style, a plan, etc. And my style is, of course, is seeing stocks near the high or the low of the day. That may not be your style. However, you can still use these alerts because the whole idea of if you're going to be intraday trading is you want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So again, a couple of ways to do that, of course. Number one way is to look at the relative volume, that filter, use that filter. But you might look at this one at METC and say, well, okay, but you know what? I'd rather wait for it to pull back to, I don't know, if the VWAP is closer, but maybe you've got a moving average that you like. Okay. Maybe, you wait for it to pull back to a certain moving average. You don't want to take it at the high that I understand. Well, I've got to say it over and over and over again, Christine. You know why? Because some people listen to me and they say, well, he said the next high looking left is 1837 for METC. So I guess it's going to get there. you know. And so I just have to really make sure too many new traders, understanding why I'm pointing it out just because, okay, I don't have to worry about chart resistance. Million other reasons why a stock may not keep going higher, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance getting in the way. And then that also allows me to figure out, does it make sense for me to take the trade on any sort of a risk reward basis? Because I don't want to, if I were wanting to get into this one right now at 1512 and I looked left and the next high was 1518 or 1520, I wouldn't do it. It doesn't mean it's going to stall at that next high just because I see it there, but that's my trading style, my plan, the way I plan my trades. I think this is it, Jag. I think this is it. Yes. Okay, so I just popped it there. There's the link for it right there. Okay. You're looking for the docked earnings window. It's right here. I just put the link right underneath your post. Okay. You get that? Okay, great. So again, you guys have been talking about Bill, and so got thumped down for some news, and then what did they come out and say, "Hey, wait a minute." Oh man, okay, I see now what you guys are talking about. Yeah, that's bad. So this is Bloomberg coming out with a report suggesting the company's nearing a deal to acquire. And if you're wondering, well, why would that cause a stock to go down? That's very typical. The acquired company, of course, usually goes up because it's being acquired at a higher price, so that makes sense. But a lot of shareholders, depending on how well, the structure of the deal, a lot of times companies have to issue shares in order to acquire the company. So your position as an existing shareholder gets diluted. Sometimes it's an all cash offer. Even then, shareholders might look at that. Well, we don't agree with you buying this company and spending all that money. Sometimes, though, shareholders applaud, go, hey, yeah, great acquisition. Most of the time, I would say certainly, I don't know, 70% of the time, when a company says they're going to acquire another, the acquiring company moves down most of the time. So that's why that would have happened. But now if they're coming out and saying, hey, wait a minute, We're not looking at any such acquisition at this time. So there's a little bit of a war of words right now between Bloomberg and the company. Now, let's see if that actually happens. So again, why do I have this option activity? I don't trade options, but just another way to find stocks trading abnormally using their option data. So I look at Bill right now, BILL. Well, it is 58,000 options today, total puts and calls. That's seven and a half times normal, 748%, seven and a half times normal. So, two ways. I mean, and also the relative volume is 14. So, this helps you really, really zero in on the stocks that are trading abnormally. How you trade them, that's another issue. But at least when you're day trading, you don't want to be looking at stocks that aren't doing anything, obviously. So that's what Traded is fantastic. Is to zero in on the stocks that are trading abnormally. Meanwhile, we've had a very interesting day as usual in the SPY. We've had that, the SPY got rocked. I mean, from 9:30 down to 10:30. So the SPY got rocked for an hour. Had a little respite here, that second 15-minute candle, but basically from 9:30 all the way down to 10:30. Remember, that was a big red bar, that 10:30 or 10:45, really. That was a red bar all the way down here. And then buyers stepped in on that candle, the 10:30 15-minute candle, stepped in, closed it higher, and then since then, market's been in a big, nice recovery. Now, Bill was down earlier on earnings, okay? So that had nothing to do with that rumor. I mean, that is Bill on earnings this day right here. So, this was a $90 stock that got down to $58. Okay, so that was not fake news. That was an earnings report that market did not like. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. There, guys, and that again, that news on METC just keeps popping it higher and higher. It'd be really this is shortable also. I just wanted to see if it is shortable, but it'll be really interesting to see what happens tomorrow with this. See if that headline really again keeps the it keeps the momentum going. Okay, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room and wait a minute. I just want to make sure it is Steve. I'm sure it is, but okay. Now he's going to go over. He says he's going to go over the contest. Okay, the settings and all that. So This is the contest link. Okay, only open for those in the test drive, okay? And he's gonna go over this, I guess, in a little more detail, okay? Pubmatic now, guys. I had an alert set for 15 to see if it took it out, so it briefly did. I want to reset that alert to see if it takes it out again. So again, just because I get a price alert doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. Want to see how it's trading. Market probably is going to help right now. But before I do all that, before I forget, here is the link for YouTube. So when I take my break between 12 and 1, you can head over to YouTube and listen to Steve, okay? Definitely keep an eye on this one, guys. It's Pubmatic. It's an earnings play, and if it takes out 15, $20 on the weekly, on the monthly. But let me take a look at the weekly. I want to see what it looks like. Yeah, about the same. So I mean, this is boy, this has got some good room, and it's an earnings play. So you'll probably be active all day. See the volume is starting to pick up a little bit. That opening 15-minute volume bar is usually the biggest one of the day for all stocks. But you can see that, this current 15-minute volume bar, and what time is it right now? 11:53. So this still has 6 minutes to close. So this probably will turn into be the third largest of the day. All right. So again, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my announcement in, and I got so wrapped up on other things, I forgot to take a trade here just to show you how you can do it. I just want to show you how you can do it. Okay. I'm going to take a couple hundred shares of this Pubmatic. I'm going to buy it at the market. There's only a 2-cent spread. And here it is. Okay. That's how you do it. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You can pick from this menu or this series of shares, or of course, you can just type in the exact amount you want. You click if the spread is okay, which it's okay, not terrible. You click buy and then you send. And I don't like that, but I think you just be able to click buy and that's it instead of the second step. But anyway, that's how easy it is. And then you can put a stop in. I'll put a stop in. And again, I'm not going over money management right now, but understand that you always have to have a stop. You'll see that there'd be a red line on my chart. So if it went down to 51 or 1475, I'd be taken out for a $51 loss. So I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'll be on my break. Meanwhile, this one is getting rocked. CTVA, probably an earnings play. This is showing up, relatively late. Now, just really quickly before Steve gets here, this is the don't repeat version of this. And why I like to see this is because I can kind of go back, and there are a lot of alerts today. And, this will, once we're not in such a big earnings week, we will not see nowhere near as the number. We'll probably only see about 10. But anyway, I like to go back and in time so I can see that alert happen at 11:53. It was at 45:27. This is the repeating version. Okay. So again, I can go back and I can see, okay, what did it do from that first alert? Sometimes I may have missed one. I can go through this list and I can click on something and maybe it hasn't really moved yet that much. So it could be still an opportunity to get in. But there's the CTVA 4527 and it's now at 4508. Sure, it's an earnings play. Yeah, another earnings play. So I do that with many of my, the same thing here. 10-day daily breakout. This is the don't repeat, don't repeat. So I can see the first time I had an alert, the GDRX at 9:57 Eastern time, the first alert to potentially short, 4:55. It got down to 4:14. And there's even the Pubmatic. I didn't even realize it showed up here. 1489 at 9:52. So there's a good example. This is not really moved too much. So, if we thought later on in the day this could start moving, this is something to watch, obviously. Because this alert happened at 9:52. It is now almost noon. So almost, a little over a little over 2 hours ago we had that alert at 1489 and it didn't really move. Doesn't mean it's not going to move later on. So I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Mr. Mike C always shows up around noon Eastern. That's because he doesn't like to listen to me. He wants to listen to somebody else between 12 and 1. And again, always a good idea. Head over to YouTube, listen to the other guys. We all have different trading styles. Steve is way, way more of a swing trader than I am. Though, as he's probably going to say, swing trading has not been easy this year.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, good. All right.
Oh, good.
Yes, I heard you. Swing trading has not been easy this year. The moves don't last long.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get my presenting hat on here.
Okay.
Ta-da. And we should be good.
You should be good. Yes, you've got PDSB right there. Yes.
All right. So how's it going?
Good, actually. I mean, I was able to. I've been wrapped up in answering questions, obviously more
Of
so
course.
than normal, but I was able to make one really nice trade on a short of SHLS. Found that one just using price alerts. It did not appear in any scan. SHLS. Take a look
Yeah,
at that one.
SHL. How about that? Just using the price alerts to give
Just use the
yourself a
price
setup.
alert. I didn't even remember I had it. I put it in yesterday, and when it popped
All right,
up,
those are the best
and I
ones.
thought, oh yeah, absolutely. And I had to figure out why did I put that, and then I looked. I said, okay, I do like that. Took it. And it worked out a lot better than I thought. But yeah, so that's my only trade today. But I'm happy. I'm happy to answer questions. We got a lot
Great.
of obviously new people. So,
Well, I think
but
there's
I'll
a
let
few
you go.
people. Yeah, I think there's a few people that are showing up here for some specifics. So we'll get going, and I'll let you get to
Okay.
your vacuuming.
No vacuuming today. I'm gonna
No,
wash the bathroom today. How's that for too much
how's that for a
information?
break? That's a
Yeah,
good break.
exactly. Okay. We'll
Okay,
see
I'll
you in
see
about
you
an
when you get
hour.
back.
Okay, bye.
Right, let me just make sure everybody does hear me. Yep, sounds good. So I got my YouTube on mute. That way I can see the chat window. Now, I think there may be a couple people here that were directed, to come by at this time, and I want to give them the priority. So if you're somebody who was like, in a chat or an email that said, hey, come by at 12 Eastern to our live support link, speak now, because I want to give you guys, the first priority. You guys have been waiting for some definitive answers on things. Until then, I'm going to show two things today. The focus is supposed to be the Anchored View app channel, which we'll get to. Some of you may have received some notifications. We're trying to help guide people through the test drive experience a little more this time around. So the notifications will pop up and give you guys some info or upcoming links or videos and instructions, tutorials, and things like that. So today is going to be geared towards the Anchored View app. But I also want to make sure that people are correctly configuring the Brokerage Plus here for the trading contest challenge, the portfolio challenge, because everybody's kind of interested in that. So before I get to the questions, go ahead and just drop them in. I'll get to yours, Luca. If you're just lurking and you heard about the trading portfolio challenge, or you were actually told to come here and figure out, how to get the settings correct, there's really just a couple clicks, and I'm going to start right here at the toolbar under New Brokerage Plus window. Okay, once you launch that, you will get this window right here. And from there, you need to basically configure where you want to point this. This goes in many different directions. So your very first connection is, where are you connecting to? You can see we have some Alpaca possible developments in place. We have an E-Trade that's kind of being still fixed. Interactive Brokers is the live go-to account for people who want to trade live using this as an interface, or AutoTrade or AutoTrade the AI. Lastly, this is where we call, this is the golf simulated range. This is the practice range. But there's more to do than just pop in here and click connect, okay, to the simulated account. That it in itself does not get you going in the portfolio challenge. What you need to do is come down here, and you've got this drop down menu in the order entry panel, we'll call it. And as you can see, we've had some tests. This was all of our testing as we were coming up to it. This is, call it server mess that's there for now. Just don't worry about it. But this is where you've got to be, the portfolio master contest. So meaning, as you make your entries in the trades, want to buy something, we'll get to that, it has to be going through the portfolio master challenge. The last thing you need to be aware of is up here. What do you want to see? If I turn that off, I've got all my accounts, but there's nothing going on, so you won't see anything else. If I show just these accounts, well, there's nothing going on in those accounts. So what you need to do is make sure, just check the simple one box portfolio master contest. And this is the data that you're curating that is being calculated for our live trading challenge, which of course looks like this. Now I've probably just, let's see, I'm still 15 minutes delayed, so that's good. This is important to be aware of if you're trading in our live application, because if you click into this, I'm probably going to do it right now. I'm going to click Portfolio Master Challenge. Let's see what happens. I'm still 15 minutes delayed, which is the way it should be, because it'll take focus away from my Windows program. I can go live, but see, I have to log in to see the, okay, so let's log in. Let me just see if I can log in here. That's interesting. I had not logged in on that screen. Let me do it over here. I believe it's going to be right there. There we go. Okay, and this one is showing live data. It's a different browser for those inside baseball, but here's the point. Look at this. There's the leaderboard. Look at this. That is disgusting, okay? I have not been focusing on trading, but it lets me know that I'm at the bottom 51 here. Top 10. Anybody who works for us is going to be disqualified, of course. Chris V works for us, but he's doing great. Dave works for us. He's doing okay. And Brad works for us. These are just placeholders, if you will, but this is how you keep track of who's doing the best on the portfolio challenge. And what we need to see, by the way, is numerous trades. So this person here has done 42 trades. E. This person's doing very well. This is our leaderboard for today. I mean, he's not employee. He's making multiple trades. In other words, he's not going YOLO. You only live once. Into any particular one stock as a lottery ticket. He's trading correctly. So now, as you see, I've got the red ball. I need to go back and reset my account. And there we go. I'm back live on my Trade Ideas Windows app. All right. Let me just look over here and see if there's anybody looking for something. Enlightenment. When I click on that menu, I only have one option, simulated trading default. All right, Enlightenment. I know you're talking about this one, but are you by chance saying when you get down here to Portfolio Master, when you click on this order entry panel, you're telling me that you only have access to the simulated trading account? If that's the case, then all I can think of is possible reinstall of the program. Maybe something wasn't done correctly. Yes, the order entry panel. That was what I was afraid of. So because I was afraid of that, it's because I don't have an answer. I believe you're on the most recent version. I think I saw your prior engagements. I'm trying to think of what else it could be. Would you be able to just close down maybe the Brokerage Plus window with the red X altogether? Close the program altogether, and then restart the program, and then relaunch from new. So let's take it a step further. Actually, close the program from the Brokerage Plus window right there on the X, and then we want to make that kind of stick. So we're forcing it, we're kicking it out. The most important thing is when you exit, it'll ask you, do you want to save your layout? Click yes. You do want to save your layout. So if I go to exit, it's going to ask me, yes, I would want to save my layout. That way it kicks the Brokerage Plus window out of there. And then when you relaunch, we come back to new and we relaunch a new Brokerage Plus module. Could you try that for me and let me know if that works? And if not, we'll keep trying. I'll mention something, to the developers in real time. But I'm pretty sure you had the proper version, which I think was 0.68. But if not, if that doesn't work, the close, save layout, then reopen, and then relaunch. If that doesn't work and give you access to that Portfolio Master account, then I'm going to have you reinstall the program, and we'll see if that helps. All right, Luca, watching Disney for a 10 SMA VWAP break on the 15-minute. Let's take a look. So let me go to my clear chart, and I'm going to change this to 15 minutes. Then I can use the VWAP, and you're talking Disney. We will get to the anchored VWAP product in a moment. Okay, so I'm going to assume you're anchoring from the gap, we'll call it yesterday's earnings. Let's just see what that gives us. If we anchor from right here, and if we anchor from today's gap. I assume you're talking about anchoring from today's gap since this is the big move. And yeah, as you can see, it is holding that time period wonderfully. There's no coincidence really that area right there, horrible arrow, and that area, they're holding that level. So it's showing us that the buyers are in control in terms of the value weighted average anchored from this morning's gap up here based on last night's earnings. This is really the proper way to do it. And we do that on the 15-minute because we can't really see that type of correlation that Luca brings up using the daily. It probably looks pretty decent on the 30-minute. Brian likes to use 30 minutes a lot too. Let's grab that. Oh, it was already in there. I just didn't see it. Yep, never really closed. I love the closing candle concept when it comes to anchored VWAP lines and moving average lines. Yes, you can trade below. You see every one of those candles did in fact trade below. However, the time period held in terms of the closing candle. So I always find that interesting. All right, hold on. I see something there. On launch, it says I have version 5.6. Yeah, let me just double check here. Let's go to our trade ideas. And I'm going to the website. We're going to the download page. And when we scroll down to the bottom, let's do this. Let's do this. Enlightenment, and I think your name is John. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you haven't tried this, we have a beta version 5.6.69. That may be the solution. So let's give that a try. If you haven't done so, go ahead and give that a whirl, and let's see if that brings the menu of the portfolio contest, master contest. All right, how do I set an alert for buy and sell? Hello, Ron, recommendations in Holly. So buy and sell recommendations. So there's a couple questions here. The first thing I'm going to show you is I'm going to assume you're test driving, and so the test drivers have access to the AI window. I already have an AI window loaded, so it's my premium strategy trades window. Here's the window. This should be for today. Oh, I'm not logged on. See, there's a red ball. I have to reset connection and do that twice. Now I'm reconnected on my Windows version. Okay. So here is the window in which you would monitor. All right. There's no auto trading of this during test drive. So, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're assuming you want to auto trade this, I don't think it's available in test drive. But if you're saying, let me see, how do I set alerts for buy and sell? So you can set alerts by doing the following: opening that window, new, AI Premium Strategy Trades window. Now notice I'm on the West Coast here. Let me just show you these are 6 o'clock times, so these are like 9 o'clock time. There has been no new fresh signal to come out of the AI since. So most of the signals are going to start generating about 10 minutes after the open, and they will slow down significantly. Now that's not to say something might not come through here as we're speaking, but for now, that's the window. But what I want to make sure you do so that you're alerted to the new ideas and new trades, because that's what these are, they're ideas in real time. Oops, I want you to right click on that window. We need to go to actions. And in the actions menu, select play sound. And in sound setup, I use text to speech. So what you will hear is during the first 45, 60 minutes of the trading day, you're going to hear the computer read some voices off to you. That's telling you in real time the trade ideas that were given. Now, the shorts are going to have an arrow pointing down. The longs are going to have an arrow pointing up, and it will give you the alert in real time. The blue line is basically the AI entry. So from there, that gives you your signal. Ron, I'm sorry, I was talking to you, Ron. That gives you your signal. Now, you can do one of two things. You can say, all right, I'm going to buy it here along with the AI. And the way in which you can do that is, of course, you have your Brokerage Plus window open that I was just showing John about. Brokerage Plus, it's right there. Each day, make sure if you're going to participate in the contest, or if that matters to you, it doesn't, just be on the simulated account. But if you want to participate in our trading contest, down here is where you have the Portfolio Master Contest. So once those are selected, you can either come in here and say, I want to buy 7,000 of whatever's showing. It wants to be a buy signal, and I'll buy it at market, or I'll buy it at limit, and then you click send. Okay, there is an alert that just came through for me. I'm going to get to that in a second. So here's Fubo. All right, I set an alert in real time in Fubo. Now I'm going to double up on this. It's actually, I'm going to buy another 5,000 manually. This is how I like to do it. Buy, market, boom. And for the trading contest, now I've got 15,000 Fubo. So what happened there was I set an alert in real time. I was looking at the daily chart and I said, you know, if it comes back and touches this 10-period SMA or close to it, I want to be alerted. So I can reset this by just grabbing it and pulling it back down for a new low. It'll trigger again now that it's blue. But to set these, you just right click and create price alert. And that's what Barry and I were talking about when I first came on. He saw something like I just did in Fubo and said, you know, if it gets down here, I might be interested. So I had bought a little bit there for the portfolio challenge in simulation mode. It had earnings 3-4 days ago, and now it's given a lot back. And as a swing trader, I'm trying to be contrarian. I'm trying to buy these aggressive extended pullbacks at levels that make sense. Well, here's a resistance level here right around 270. The 10 SMA is right there about 267. So this is an area that I'm kind of interested in. So I'm playing around with it. Back to your question, Ron. So, you know, if something were to happen in the AI, you can simulate it in the simulator. Now we have something called chart buy and sell. Let's do this. Let's pull up the AI strategy trades and let's just go through these here real quick. This PDSB. Okay, let's say I like this right here. Even though Holly, the AI, alerted it at 473, I like it at 499. It's holding these levels. It looks strong. I'm going to go buy. Click the buy button. There's my cursor change, and I'm going to drop the price right in there. There we go. Now I've got a buy button. I have a purchase. It should be buying. Actually, I bought in the simulated account. Okay, so the simulated account is the one where it's going to dump the buy and sell buttons. So if you're not trading in the portfolio challenge, the buy and sell buttons are going to drop into the simulated account. Now I can show you how to change that. It's a bit more in depth. So just so you understand that the buy and sell buttons are really nice, but oh, it didn't work. The new version didn't work. Did you download version 0.69, John? Or are you talking about the remove, save layout, and then relaunch, and then relaunch brokerage plus didn't work? So back to what I was saying here, if you're going to use the buy and sell buttons, those are going to default to the SIMI account, not the, we need to get back to the portfolio trading account. I'm going to bring that up, but I'm going to show us how we could change that. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to view, I'm going to turn off simulated trading account and I'm only viewing my portfolio master account. I might even just go ahead and buy this here. So I click the chart, there's PTSB. I'll buy 7,000 shares of that. Market order. Oh, you know what? It is in there, isn't it? What's the one that's on the simulated chart trading? Ah, same thing. Okay. Gotcha. The emails to alerts are not really a great functionality. There's a lot of hiccups in there, but what we're building out on that you see here, Ron, on the web version is full notifications are coming, so they can come to your phone, which will be even better than the email alerts. So it's kind of to come is the answer. It is coming, but not quite there yet. For now, you know, the way the AI works is the web version has a simple version of it, but it doesn't have the audible alerts, which I would like. The Windows app version is the best way to monitor the Holly AI in real time. Again, I can bring that up. And this is the window here in real time. Let's say I want to buy some more of this if it goes to highs. I'm going to right click. I'm going to set a price alert. And if it triggers through there, I might add to that simulated position for the portfolio challenge. It's a good question, and I want to answer this as honestly as possible because it's important. The expectations right now, by no fault of anybody's, is we have so much incredible technology out there. The map on our phone tells us when to reroute, what corner to stand on for the car that's coming to get us. And unfortunately, trading just isn't really quite that easy. We have technology that makes it easier for us to see things in real time, but there's no one right way to code something to just make it work for you. Yes, we have the AI trading assistant we call Holly, but the real value in that is in the entry ideas live. What we've experienced is the AI is not very good at managing the trades once it's in. The logic really only comes into play is to trigger the trade in the idea in real time and show it to you and serve it up. You know, just like scientists and writers and everybody is using AI to curate a tremendous amount of data, it becomes served up to them, but it's still up to the human to manipulate, curate, navigate, assimilate, process in real time all the nuances and changes that are happening in the market. The AI didn't know that PDSB was going to pop up, pull back, consolidate, and then move higher. That's all future unknowns to the machine. So to expect, to answer your question, Ron, to expect that you'd be able to come in, set up the accounts, throw a few switches, check a few boxes, and be happy when you come back from the golf course every day is a very unrealistic expectation. Trading is still very hard and it still requires a lot of human interaction. So don't want to mislead you down that road. Enlightenment, still trying to figure out which one didn't work. If 0.69 beta version didn't work, then I'm going to maybe suggest that we get a Zoom session going or a desktop sharing session going with Chris. If you have not tried the new version, installing the 0.69 that you scroll to the bottom of the page to get to, if you haven't tried that one yet, let me know. Because I have a feeling that this one down here at the bottom of the page, the beta version, might solve the fact that you're not seeing a menu that should be there. That's all I can think of. All right. Did I catch up on all the questions? Yes, Luca, I think you're correct in that a trade management concept. Yeah, you know, once we get to that point, Ron, in development, it's being built out on HTML5, whereas before you see this worked just fine, you know, for 20 years for active traders. I'm going to use a reference like a Porsche that had 5 gears that, you know, people drove around the track and used the clutch and downshifted. But the times have changed and the users have changed. And so we're trying to simplify it. And we had to go to an HTML5 platform to do that, rather than build out for Mac or build out for Linux and all that. So now that we're at Amazon Web Services, we've got this centralized platform that we're building and slowly adding to. And these are all the features that are coming. So until you have that, you know, the feature rich stuff that we talk about is going to be on the Windows application download here. So with that said, let me kind of get on to what was promised, at least for the people who were sent here to learn about one of our products, which is the Anchored VWAP. If you go to new docked channel bar, everybody can do that. You get a workspace on top of your other stuff. And normally, right here, this is the cover of my good friend Brian's book, Anchored VWAP, which is a good book. I recommend it. And he licensed some of these automated scans that we coded to find in real time. Why is that important? Well, you know, he speaks about setups in the book, but that still requires you, as I mentioned earlier, to parse through tons of data. So here's another example of the technology grabbing the data that we have coded. That I'm not going to call it AI because it's not, but the technology finds the curated stuff and presents it to you, the trader, in real time and says, here are some good ideas. And that's where we have to take it from there. So because it's an add-on product, we've opened up everything available for test drive this week so people can try everything. But normally this is like an additional, I think, $49 on top of your subscription because it's licensed through him and it's a special type of feature that's within our program. So let's click on this and I'll just show you The first welcome page gives you plenty of FAQs, a good tutorial. You can close that little browser. And it starts off with two simple, I didn't mean to do that. It starts off with two simple little scans here. Year to date anchored VWAP and a VWAP from Big Gap. We can change these, but let's just use these for example. If I wanted to find a different scan, I'm just going to right click in here. I'm going to select strategy. And then you go down here to the anchored VWAP. And these are all the different ones. Here's one that I find interesting. Anchored VWAP from IPO is interesting. So we can make that first tab anchored VWAP from IPO. We can make a second tab here. Right click, select strategy, anchored VWAP. Pull back daily. No, we'll go to pinch. Let's go to pinch because that's a good chapter in his book. We can always add new ones, but for now, we'll just use these two just to kind of discuss. Now, I'm going to click. And the beauty of what's happening here is these purple lines are the anchored VWAP, which is an anchored average volume weighted average price. And it shows us levels of interest. This is probably a good one right here. W buy, we buy global. See, this is the IPO. And one of the ways anchored VWAP works well is especially with IPOs because it triggers or it anchors off of day number one, the initial public offering day. And it gives us this running level of where everybody either feels like they're winning above their price or the crowd is losing and feeling underwater in the price as a group, as a collective. And that's what makes price action move is, sentiment. So what we've got here is an IPO that opened here at 772, traded up to 11 on its first day, and proceeded to vomit and rape the retail clients all the way down to $3. So a pretty wide range here. But when we consider the volume that was traded, after this day right here, we traded back above the weighted price of where everybody in terms of the opening price, the low, the high, the low, and the volume, the people involved are kind of feeling what the mean level of comfort is, if you would. I just made that up as I went. The mean level of comfort, mean reversion. So a reversion would be a reversion to this mean because we got kind of far away from it here on these two red candles, but we can kind of lean on and support that. So knowing that, we can start to come through and maybe set alerts, set a price alert with some notes, this is an anchored VWAP pullback. And you heard Barry tell me a minute ago, hey, I set that alert yesterday and it popped up on me. I forgot that I set it. Well, believe it or not, those are some of the best setups you've got. You just saw we're spending time, we're putting brain effort into this. We're giving ourselves a future opportunity to participate. Would I buy it right here? No, probably not. But I can see that the buyers are supporting this level. So if we're a future tap on the shoulder, maybe I'm Life W. This is one we've been talking about. And howdy doody, look at this. So literally, it's been trading for a while because the anchored VWAP is still in play. But look at what happened. This stock that was the darling on Monday is all of a sudden, volatile again, but it's right here on its daily anchored view. It might even hold that level. Who knows? So we could take it a step further and maybe put an intraday price in there if we wanted to put we could go to the time frame of the 15-minute chart here. And we could say, hey, you know what? If it holds this $6 level, I'm going to do it right now. And it comes and reverses up here. We'll put in a price alert. So again, there is a future idea in real time. So let's go back to daily. So if you just joined us, we're talking about the anchored VWAP channel and how to use it best. This is the current tab using IPO prices. Let's change over to pullback to the daily levels. Now these are a little different. One of the chapters that Brian gives us it just talks about pulling back to daily lows. But what are we anchoring on? And this is where the value of Trade Ideas comes in. You go to TradingView, TrendSpider, anybody else, they'll give you the little tool to draw, and they'll say, well, here you go, draw away. And then you have to start drawing your own charts on your own symbols. Well, this is curated for you, saving tons of work. And on this particular strategy, in the chapter in Brian's book, all we're doing is we're finding the low. This is the most recent low. I think if we looked at the charts, yes, we could use this low, but we're using like the most recent low. Just for curiosity, let's see what happens if we add a line. Can we even add a line to it? Looks like we can. That didn't look right, actually. You click it once, I guess. That's not calculating correctly, but that's not the idea. The idea is to let this draw it for us regardless. So let's go back, and there we go. So the most recent low is the anchor point, and this is the auto draw that Trade Ideas subscription for AVWAP does for you. So it shows you how to draw and shows you where it is. And so it gives you a quick look. What do I see here? I see a stock that went to new highs, faked out. There's our earnings, hammered after earnings, and now the low of today is pretty darn close to the anchored rising VWAP. Maybe that's an interesting trade idea. We go to LABD, traded down through, but now it's back up and through. So anything that's at these levels of interest, we're using these as a level of interest to show us that there's a nice little synchronicity, right as I said, show us where some areas might be that we want to participate. So another one was the pinch. So I'm going to go right click, select strategy, and change this scan to the anchored VWAP pinch. Because again, Brian talked about this one in his book. And this is a good one. It's basically 2 lines. And this is even harder to draw manually. This is harder to draw manually because you've got to find the high and the low, the most recent high and the most recent low. And we were looking for narrowing bands, kind of like a Bollinger Band. This is a General Mills starting to get narrow. So where would I get interested in General Mills? Well, maybe if it trades back above this line right there, I want to put a future alert to myself right there. And nothing's happening now. If I bought here, it's a gamble. It's in no man's land. It's in between. So we're looking for things that might have a nice narrow band, or maybe we're looking for things again that pull back and find it as support. Maybe you play that support, but then you also find out that resistance is coming down overhead. Here's a good example of an anchored VWAP pinch holding. The low is down here. The high acted as big resistance. It got really ahead of itself and then just got caught up in here. So if you're somebody who doesn't mind shorting things, this might have a couple of days of selling as it comes back into the range. I don't know. They're just ideas, but they're based on, a curated set of things that we have to look at. Other anchored VWAPs that are interesting are pullbacks. There was another one that I liked. I thought that had gap. From large gap. A lot of times we can look at a big gap. We did that today. Who was looking at that? Disney had a large gap today. But if we look at this one, the gap didn't occur today. This scan is says from big gap. That's the operative word. So from means it was in the past and recently in the last 5 days, maybe at minimum. So there's our anchor from this gap, and you can just see Uber is uber strong, holding its anchored VWAP from its initial gap. By the way, guys, whenever you see these charts right here, this means, the stock was acquired. Chico's was acquired, and now it's just being arbitraged until the name change can occur. Same thing happens here. The overnight purchase price comes in, and then it's this game of pennies back and forth until then again, and they slip through a lot of them. You just have to recognize them. Okay, CCJ. There's our large gap after earnings, mind you, pulled back, showing some strength. So if you've read Brian's book, a lot of this is probably making more sense to you than it is if you had not read Brian's book. It's just me talking about some of these chart setups. But this is Anchored VWAP, and it's in a channel all to itself. And if you have any questions, fire away. Let's see how our simulated account is doing. Cypher's coming back. Let's add to it. So I'll click Cypher. I've got 10,000. Let's buy another 5. Let's buy portfolio market, challenge, market, send. And it only, okay, preparing order. So I want to show you this here. Preparing order for 5,000 shares. It's hanging. Why is it hanging? Well, it might be a buying power issue. There's nothing we can do. Now, how do we find out if it's a buying power issue? We go to orders. Oh, there it is. It just came through. It came through. All right. So it was simulating a little delay time, added 33% to my Cypher position as it's trying to move back up. I see a couple questions. AJ. I bring up that one, PAPL. Yeah, sure is. Look at that. Really strong on the 15-minute. Matter of fact, it's probably getting way ahead of itself here as we speak. Interesting. Financial, what do they do? Credit. Okay. ARM, try the VWAP on this symbol. We're talking about, where would you anchor that one? Is it an IPO? Okay, so I'm going to assume it was an IPO and you were mentioning that. So let's go anchor IPO. Not good. We're trading under the volume, intense volume on day one here. Kept the price pretty high in terms of the average volume. So after earnings gap down, it looks under pressure. Former IPO, yeah. Pete, when I go to your website, I can't download the beta. I'm not sure why. If I go to download here, looks like it's downloading there. So this is a Chrome browser. It pops right up here. And there's the one program. You would just double click that right there. That's how it works on a Chrome browser if you're doing it that way. Gus, do you monitor sectors? Yes, I do, Gus. Good question. Notice over here, I've got this list. It's my sector sector list. All right, so silver and gold miners seem to be the strong ones today. Speaking of, I've got Brian Shannon clicking in my ear. His ears must be burning. Hang on a second. Which one is he on? Sometimes he's got some good ideas. Oh. Question was sectors. So strong today is silver and gold for whatever reason, and miners, semis, NVIDIA. We know NVIDIA is strong. That's why the semis are strong. So I'm using this list over here, Gus, and I'm sorting it based on change from the open. I'm not interested in change from the close. I'm interested in what has changed from the open. It's nothing more than a top list, and I'm using a symbol list. Okay, if we go to configure, you have the option to go to symbol list, and it's called my ETF personal list. I'm assigning this personal list to it. And you can create that in, oops, we just got our alert. Okay, so something just happened. Hey, right, I said we should buy more of this if that alert went up. So we double click, there's our PDSB. What do we got? 14,000, let's buy another 3,000 of that. We'll add to it, buy, send. There we go, 17,000 now. So you saw the workflow there. I was interested in it, bought some, and I decided I'll add to it if it goes higher, and the price alert told me in real time that it is moving higher. But back to the symbol list, it's very easy to create one. You just go to Tools, Symbol List, and right there, create new list, give it a name. There's all the symbol ETFs that you see, they're all pointed into this window. Now I can share this window with you. It's just not going to have my list in there. There's another one. Look at that. Another one that just popped up, Life W. Let's play this one too. Life W, $6 stock. Let's buy 5,000 of it. Market. Let's see if it gives it to me. If I have the buying power, it should give it to me. If not, the order is rejected. There it is in purple. You see rejected for the reason not enough buying power is what that's going to say. So I want to highlight this to you guys. If you're not seeing an order go through, why isn't it going through? Why is it just showing? If you come here in purple, it's rejected, not enough buying power. That's basically the rules of the buying power of the program competition saying, nope, sorry, back to positions. So I'm stuck with those positions and those sizes for now. I think I was going to share this, save and share, copy all. Oh, I have to do it on a different channel. I can't share it at the moment. I'm sorry, I'm not on the right browser. But Gus, you get the idea. If you need it, you can email info@trade-ideas.com and I'll send you a copy through the email. Odina, specific question to Holly. I see the column entry, exit, and time, the recorded profit that is shown in which one of these three: aggressive, profit, moderate? Sure. So there's three ways in which you can kind of view the AI performance. And conservative is when you hear them say, or when you hear me say, the AI is not really that good at managing the exits. Well, that's conservative. That means I don't want anything to do with, the profitability of trying to maximize the profitability, so to speak, by managing my own exit. I want the AI to do the entry and the exit. Well, that value cumulatively is known as the conservative profit. And so in this case, the AI has a profit of $1,600 using its own stop loss. Now, I believe this one here, this short, already took profits, right? Did it? No, it's not. It's still live, which is good. So it's a cumulative total of all the trades, but also the trades that have been closed out. So which ones have been closed out? Well, if you double click and sort exit reason, stop, hit, profit, save. Profit save is kind of like a trailing stop. So these three trades have a closing price, a closing value of P&L that we'll call conservative profit. Moderate profit, actually we clicked that one right there. Click, there we go. Okay, conservative profit, there's the reasons. $100 loss, $100 loss, that's the setting that I have in the settings to view the AI trades, which by the way is under tools and options, under AI size, $100 maximum loss. So that's why you see exit reason -100. Now, what would happen if the AI still stayed in this trade? It might be doing better. It's going higher. So sometimes the moderate is what that is. Moderate means it's not taking into consideration exits by the AI. It's keeping them open until the end of the day. And let's see what happens if those trades just stay open until the end of the day. Aggressive means not using any stops at all. And that's not, I hate that we even have this in there, but if you want to be an aggressive trader and not use stops, well, yeah, you'd be up more than the other modes, but that's not typically the case. You always want to have a drop dead risk management level in order. So by clicking these 3 tabs, you kind of get a different arrangement to show you the different data. But in my opinion, moderate mode that is the best way to go. Don't let the AI get you out of the trades. Have your own reasons to get out of the trades, because you just might see they might go higher. Let me let Brian know that I'm in a chat. No, like he can wait. I toggle between those tabs in web version and exit, and the same for all 3. They're pretty darn close to each other today, I'll tell you that. But if you'll notice, there is a nuance here. Conservative is 1706, moderate is 1762, and aggressive, meaning no stop at all, means 2000. So that actually means that not using stops and letting things work, it's not recommended, but that's working the best today. Conservative, as usual, is kind of, I just dropped it just down to 1600 because it's left some money on the table. The AI has gotten out too early, and there you go. That's the conservative definition, right? Okay, hopefully we're caught up on some stuff here. Let me just quickly to wait on that one. All right, so let me just click through my little simulated portfolio here and see what's happening. Cypher is trying to break. Now, when I look at this downward sloping 10 SMA. We've got 3 candles now trading back above it. So that's kind of a break to the downside momentum, it tells me. And maybe this over here, this 50-day moving average is going to hold after a pretty bad 4 or 5-day plunge. And these are the contrarian entries that I kind of like. Buying new highs doesn't work. They roll over and they fail often. Oh, good. Odina, I'm glad that helped and resonated with you. Okay, what else? Fubo. What's going on over on Fubo? Fubo is trying to kind of dig in there. Interesting. I'm going to add a little more Fubo in my real account. So I'm actually playing that one, but mirroring it also in the contest account. And this was the other one that we added to. So let's extend. See what I'm going to do here. It's green. This means this price alert was triggered. I'm going to extend it and say, show me again in real time if it hits brand new highs. And I'll just tell you, 2 chess moves down the board. If it does do that and this alert triggers and goes off, I'm going to be selling PDSB because that's what I would be normally doing, not buying to chase it and get in. I've already positioned myself on this consolidation. I've added as the breakout of consolidation. And if we take out today's highs, I will be a contrarian seller and I will flip to the sell side and pay myself. That's how you have to do it. Not that I'm exactly showing you how to do it in the trading competition because I've been pretty busy doing a lot of other things. Preferred Circle, I don't use the AI only because I'm an old dinosaur and I've got a lot of my own ways of doing things. I've got my list of stocks that I like to keep my eye on, my wheelhouse. The AI is good for new traders to come in and just watch action and understand things. Why did it buy here? Why did it sell here? And just start to use that as something to point you towards, learning. There's no substitution for learning. I'd love to play the guitar like Eddie Van Halen. I'm not his son Wolfie, who's born, he plays just like him with DNA, but you can't just pick up a guitar and want to do that. And there's a lot of skill involved in trading. There's a lot of mistakes that can be made. So the AI is best for newer traders to just kind of get some ideas and watch how the AI enters and exits and use it as more of a, an idea generator, but I don't use the AI for my idea generators. I kind of like the races, really. If I'm looking for something down here, I like this top 10 board of races, PTSB. We're in that one. It's also on the AI. Coincidentally, nicely enough, but good to know. AFRM, this top 10 list that is created by these races starts to show me where the action is. If I'm looking to day trade some momentum, well, the stock races are pretty good for that because the AI is just kind of predicting what could happen based on a trigger, but these races are showing me over and over. There's constant, confirmations. Look at this right here. This is money to me right there. I love that type of entry. Stock gaps up and you watch it and then it goes sideways, sideways, side. And as soon as that rising 10 SMA hits it, you're good for a little pop like that, maybe a 1 hour trade. If I was a day trader, that's how I would be trading. But back to the one that we just looked at, that would be my plan as well for that one particular sim trade. If we get an alert, I've set the alert. If we go through highs, I'm going to become a seller because I've already taken my position down here on the consolidation and the pullback. So I did what I kind of just said I was on like to do in that other stock. I did it in this PTSB. As far as Fubo goes, this is a real trade in my real account. I'm waiting off of earnings. 2 or 3 days after disappointed reaction from the earnings, it bounces off of a significant technical point for me, which is the 10 SMA. Maybe it bounced off of, maybe it didn't. Maybe it's going to roll back over and retest it. But nonetheless, I'm nibbling down here, 1/3 at a time, just kind of stepping my foot in the water to see what happens, rather than be somebody who wants to just chase something because it had great earnings and you jump in 100%, only to just watch that bleed away. That's something that a lot of people have experienced lately in this market. So being a swing trader, I'm trying to be contrarian. So this to me is an entry. Okay, good earnings, good volume, but the people who were down here were the ones that were taking their profits, and now it's resetting. Maybe the jump rope's resetting down here, and I want to be a part of this group. And maybe this group in a few days can start thinking about taking profits up here. I don't know, but that's the hope. And if it doesn't work, then I've got, kind of a low risk entry where I can just kind of dip out and call it a paper cut if it doesn't work. And that's how swing trading's really been for the last few weeks. All right. Any other questions before Barry steps in? Before I have to go?
And I'm sure you've got to go now.
I can go anytime, literally and figuratively.
Okay. Too
Barry
much
gets it.
information.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks,
Okay,
Barry.
see. Thanks a lot.
All right.
You're
I'll
in
see you.
tomorrow too, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Not sure if it's not me, if it's Andy. If it's not Andy, it's me.
Yeah. Okay.
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 All right.
Again, thanks for spelling me. Really nice of you guys to do that between 12 and 1.
No problem.
I'll take over right now.
All right. See ya. Bye, guys.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, I am now back in. Just got to get my music going. So, this Pubmatic, guys, I mean, I don't know if it's going to take out 15 later, but still worthwhile watching it. It's right at the 200-day moving average. 1482 is the exact number, so it's just a little bit above it. It's holding just between, the 1480 and 15 mark. And of course, the only reason this is could be exciting is because when you look left, look at that big void for PUBM. Meanwhile, METC continues. Betsy continues with that news. I'm really interested to see what it does tomorrow. So again, I'm not a swing trader, but you take a look at something like this with that news, and you look left. There still is room for it to go. You never know. Yeah, another little earnings play, Lantern Pharma, LTRN. Yeah, just to me though, when you look left on the daily chart, there are all sorts of little areas where it could stop. So it just doesn't become that attractive to me. If you're a little more less conservative than I am, maybe you look at this weekly chart and think, okay, there is the big resistance area. And I see that VERX, we had that alert at 11:22 Eastern, 26:41. Not a bad little move, about a 50-cent move so far on earnings. VERX. I tell you, Jamie. Wink. Not anywhere close to where others may have taken it, but yeah, I want to see what happens. WRK West Rock. Let's see. A little bit of room on the weekly chart anyway. It's got a little bit of room, about a dollar. Wow. Again, bring up a monthly chart now for METC. And there again, there is that next. So there actually is a high, a daily high. If I scroll back on my daily chart far enough, I would see a daily high right there at around, it still has room then, even on the daily chart. The next daily high looks like it's around, if I eyeball it, looks like around 1640 or so. But interesting action, I mean, it had the big pop in the pre-market and then it sold off. I don't know how. I think this was more like the market. That's that 9:30 opening candle. Make people trying to digest the information and thinking, okay, maybe it's true. So in case you're wondering what these numbers mean, these big, big, huge positive numbers, that would be as if you took $5,000 in each stock. Okay, you took every entry, you took $5,000 worth, and the reason why this is such a great number is because the stop for PXMD was only 6 cents. So actually, that had not. Sorry, I was thinking of using a stop loss, but so that means you could have taken around 1,450 shares of this PXMD by putting $5,000 in. So in other words, this is what this is all about: putting $5,000 worth of into each stock, which is not outlandish. But that would mean 1,450 shares, and that has gone. So that is a big part of that aggressive and moderate and conservative profit. This is just a little math going on here, guys, because these numbers for the oh no, no, forget what I said. Forget what I said. So again, conservative is getting out exactly when the AI gets out. Okay, so there's our exit prices for SC, CFG, and MSOS. Moderate is keeping into the trade unless there's actually a stop out. And you can see there was a stop for this one. So that does not keep recalculating. And aggressive is okay. What would have happened if you just kept the stock all day till the end of the day? I mean, I don't, this is just, in my opinion, information purposes. I mean, should always, always obey your stop. Bill is a good short here, in your opinion. Okay, let's take a look at Bill. Bill. Hmm. Well, Steve would love it. You listen to Steve during his wow, and look at the market now. I mean, this is just we've had a very crazy day again. Look at this market. So, you would think, yeah, you would think Bill will be, if anything, if nothing else, will be dragged down with the market. Something's hitting. Yeah, something's hitting this market. I don't know. 1 o'clock news. I have no idea. Bond action. Oh, okay. The old got to keep an eye on this bond auction action. Bond action. Bond auction action. I never really paid that much attention to it, but that's, I guess, at 1 o'clock every day, at 1 o'clock Eastern every day. Or is Powell also speaking at 1 o'clock? So is that 1 o'clock every day, William? The auction? Is that 1 o'clock Eastern time every single day? Not every day. So is it like every Thursday or every other day? Seems like something we have to keep an eye on now because I know the bonds. I don't follow it at all. I mean, I know what the percentages means. Oh, I see. Periodically. So there's no okay. So you can't plan for that. This is, I mean, this is, I couldn't short this one because I don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers for PXMD. But this one is a very good one. AMLX. This is one that I actually was thinking was going to, from the get-go. We saw this one just doing this in the pre-market on earnings. I thought maybe it might base a bit and then move down. Instead, it had a little bit of a pop from 1251. Not a bit of a pop. I mean, that's almost a $2 pop. Then the AI somehow kind of found the top of it at 1404. Because this was on a breakdown short. So the AI found a pop, somehow found this, not quite the high, got up to what, 1430, but not bad. And, you could have taken some profit right around here in this area and held on and then see what would happen, and you're still making money. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, listen, I'm just going to say something in general. You can't get an API okay, we don't have an API for you, okay? So listen carefully. Don't ask for an API. We don't have it. I know some people get very indignant that we don't, but we don't. It's that simple. So please don't ask. I'm just looking at some of these emails that are coming in demanding an eight. Look at this market. Whew. So hopefully, you were in trades before or you got out that weren't too dependent on what the market was doing, because I mean that would have more than likely wiped out of most trades. Okay. If you were taking advantage of this little run and it looked still pretty good and you're into something that is more or less market dependent, hopefully you didn't leave your computer even for 5 minutes, because that they want us to supply an API. Well, Luca, in our YouTube room, according to many, it's the bond auction that happened, I guess, right around 1 o'clock, and obviously it wasn't good. So look at CVNA as an example. CVNA. So, if you were in CVNA as an example, okay, I mean, this is just tracking the market right now. Not that it was really ripping higher anyway, but this is really starting to follow the market right now. CVNA as an example. And then you've got your alpha stocks like this one. Now, you might say, well, okay, but that's a short anyway. But believe me, even if the market had been ripping higher, it's not like this would have been ripping higher. PXMD, man, I wish I had had shorts for that one. Whew. This is now an all-time low. All right, guys, I am going to do a video now. So let's put myself on mute. And let's see, it's around 13, 112, so 122. Oops. Should be sooner. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute in both rooms now. All right, guys, I'm back. And yeah, so look at this huge bottoming tail now on the SPY. Huge bottoming tail. So remember, this was a giant red candle all the way down here. Then the buyer stepped in and closed it here. Now the sellers are still alive and kicking, believe me, but you have to see, wait and see what happens here and see if the buyers, maybe there's another bottoming tail. Maybe the buyers step in and close it higher. And maybe, who knows, maybe the buyers take over on the third candle. And there's that AMLX continues. This to me is, I didn't realize that this only had this PXMD only had we have 327,000 shares in the float. It may be more than that, but whatever it is, it's going to be very low. I am surprised that it was relatively orderly all the way down. We didn't see any giant green bars coming in or people coming in, maybe for bottom fishing, like a real low float stock. Not at all, not yet anyway. I mean, this has been pretty orderly for a stock that only has very, very low number of shares in the float. So here we are. All right, guys. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. I'm sort of in a lull right now. So if you have any questions at all, fire away. I know I mentioned this one just as I was taking my break, the CTVA. We had an alert at 11:53. I was pointing this one out. This is an earnings play. And 45.27, this is what I'm talking about. So 45.27, I was pointing this one out just as I was getting ready to take my break. 45.27, so it's almost $1 down now from that alert in the option scanner, abnormal option activity scanner. This VERX is just, real alpha stock, guys. Doesn't care what the market's doing, hasn't cared at all, really, all day long. VERX, another earnings play. Not a low float, 40 million, not high, but not low. Wow. Just looking at trading gurus getting sent to jail. Okay, is there a way to change chart property system wide? I think I know what you mean. Can I go into this and say, okay, and duplicate it all? No. The way around that, this is what I do. So if I wanted to load a new chart, oops, let me get this up. Now, first of all, usually what I do anyway is I just duplicate charts. Okay, so if I want another chart and I'm happy with, say, this is what I like to see in terms of my volume bars, this color. Maybe I want this 10. If I have an indicator that I do want on all my charts, so I do understand where you're coming from. So, but what you can do is this: you can create a chart, okay, or go to a new chart. Put everything that you want to see on most of your charts, okay, and then you save this as default. Save as default. So if you open a new chart, everything will be there that you want to see in most of your charts. I know it's not as elegant. I know there's some programs that you can go into this chart and say, okay, now apply to all. No, we don't have that. We are not a full-blown charting program. We've come a long way, but we are not, we're not meant to be competitive with somebody like some of the companies out there that really, focus on their charting. But we have come a long way, and these charts are fine for me. Now, I understand some people, want other indicators that we may not have, but so hopefully that answers your question. I mean, the original question is, no, I can't say, okay, apply whatever I've got on here to every chart I've got open. But then typically though, when I want to a new chart, I just duplicate the chart. I mean, my chart will have basically, what I want in all charts, and I'll duplicate it. So I just you know, duplicate the chart. Any thoughts on Bivy? I saw Bivy early today. BIVI. See it earlier today, and I think it was don't know if it's an earnings play. Yeah, so it is an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. It has that. So this, if we can believe this, okay, so they did actually release earnings. See, we have it November 10th post-market, which is very rare. Not often that a company releases earnings after hours on a Friday, but I guess I don't know, maybe they just jumped the gun here. So I don't know really what else I can say. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. I mean, you're chasing it now. What are you looking to do? Try to play a bounce or no, looking left? Looking left looks like the next low is around 211 on the weekly chart. So this is actually is an earnings play. So I mean, I'm not sure what else I can say. I mean, it's too late. I mean, if you take it now on a short, I mean, you're chasing. What about if actually it was a pretty good setup right here? Had you seen it up here? Look at this 15-minute chart and look at all the action right around 335 when it broke down through that. That was good. Even here, and this is what's called a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So you see on this 15-minute chart for Bivy, this is today. You see that green candle right there? This is totally engulfed by the previous red. And then the next candle is red when it breaks down below the low of that green candle, which is around 290, 299, and it continues down. So that is a that's sort of a classic setup where you've got a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend, and then a continuation. Are you looking at this chart? This is a 15-minute, of course. Well, in the weekly, all you have to do is, to see more data on any chart. Well, on the weekly chart, for instance, if I want to see more data here, it's going to look pretty jumbled. But if I want to see more data here, just left click on the chart so the system knows what chart you're in. And then with the control key, press down on your keyboard, scroll, just scroll with your mouse wheel. Okay. It's pretty ugly right now. Okay. So if your weekly chart, all you have to do is again, left click on the chart just so the system knows what chart you're in. Control key, press down on your keyboard, and now with your scroll wheel, see how I can scroll in and out? Meanwhile, this one continues down. Also, this TSHA, I keep wanting to say Toshiba, but it's not. Um, Another probably earnings play. No, earnings on the 14th, so coming up, but must have had some bad data. This is a bio. Yeah, it's a bio, so not sure what's happened to this one. It had some great, look at this. 67-cent stock gets up to $4 in a month, less than a month, and now just falling back down. I don't see any news on it, any specific news, other than the fact that they're going to release their financials on the 14th. Meanwhile, TAST, that is still, not following the market at all. Steve talked about this when in the YouTube room. Looking at this, he loves his 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and you can see kind of what it did. Came into it, held, and then bounced, and it's just sort of following that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart up. High in the pre-market. This is an earnings play. So the high in the pre-market is around 850. And you notice I got taken out of the PubM. This is in the simulator. Wanted to leave it in there. There's the exit price, 1475. Still have, now again, that was in the simulator. Still have, thinking, later on, maybe it takes out 15. Maybe if the market can, rally a bit, maybe this takes out 15. Because again, I'm just looking at first, it's going to have to take out the 200-day moving average again. Okay, guys, as I say, I'm a bit of a lull right now for me. So I think what I'll do is go over a little bit of money management. Okay. And there's always new people in the room. So let's just take 500 shares of this TAST. And we'll explain why. So here I am in the TAST. 795 was the entry. I'm going to put a stop at 775. You'll see a red line will appear on the chart. It'll say approximately, well, not even approximately, $100. Okay. So what does that mean? That means if I allow, there's my stop. If I allow the cash to get down to 775, I'll lose $100 in the simulator. Okay. So two things. The way I trade, and probably a good idea for most people, is that you should have a reason to take a trade. It just can't be, I think I'll take this trade, or people are talking about it. I think I'll take this trade. I mean, I have I'm fairly meticulous. I have a checklist that everything has to be checked before I take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay. I know that may be a question, well, what's your checklist? I want to follow you exactly. The problem is that I sort of do a few things that are not necessarily standard, but my checklist, basically most of the things are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of the price range I like to trade. I'm not going to see something with low volume. I'm not going to see something with low relative volume. Usually, well, not usually, but no, in my scans. That's because I've set up all my scans with all the things that I typically would want to see. So a lot of things are already checked. So then, of course, the next step is when I get an alert, I check to see, okay, where could this go? Where could this one go? And again, remember, this is in the simulator. Where could this go before it hits the next high? I can't see it. This is great example. If I can't see it on the daily chart, so you can see right here, here's the price at 796. When I look left, I don't see anything above it. Now that doesn't mean, of course, I could scroll, but then if I don't, I quickly look at my daily chart, my weekly chart. Now, usually I'll scroll a little bit on the daily, but if I don't see anything for a while on the weekly, and it's rare I have to do this, then I'll actually go to the monthly. Because I want to see, well, where could it stall? So now I can see a little price up here. And when was that though? How long ago was it? So this is 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So I mean, it could stall there, 2.5 years. It's not, I don't go back, some people go back 10 years. I don't care about that. Typically for me, I don't even care what happens 2 years ago. But let's just say, so if I look at this, I might go, maybe I don't want to take that trade. Okay. Because it might stall at around $8. But again, we're in the simulator. Let's just pretend that when I looked left, it had enough room. So what do I mean by enough room? So in this simulator, what I did was I took this trade with a 20-cent stop. See, I'm in at 795. My stop is 20 cents away at 775. So because, look, obviously every trade you take is not going to work. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So that's your stop. So where do you put your stop? Realistically, I could have put the stop down here, 769, right? It looks like there's decent support on the 15-minute chart. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. But I'm trying to keep this math easy. So imagine if this were actually 20 cents away. What I'm pointing to here, this was actually up at it's not that far away. It's 775. That's only at 770. So pretty close to where I would have put a stop anyway. But trying to figure out where to put a stop can be very tough for new traders. You might look at a chart and go, I still don't know what he's saying. And so this is what I would do. If you're new, I might put a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. So assuming you were able to check everything and it became, you're starting off as maybe something you're going to want to take as a trade, and you put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason you do that is that that's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no kind of guesswork. That is a number. Okay. There's no guesswork. The low of the previous 5-minute candle, it's a set number. So if you put your stop there, so now is when the work begins. Because before I actually take the trade, I'm actually going to figure out where my stop is before I look left or anything. I'm going to look. I mean, I might glance left and go, this looks really interesting. But now I have to figure out, where am I going to put my stop? So in this case, again, for demonstration purposes, I put my stop 20 cents away. So that would mean for me now, If I put a stop 20 cents away, and again, my stop is not 20 cents every trade. It's very chart dependent. But in this case, 20 cents away. So I now have to be able to look left and say to myself, okay, could this stock keep going at least 40 cents before it hits the next high? Okay. No, swing trading, the same thing, jackknife. I'll explain that. Once I just continue on here. Okay. So I have to be able to look left and say, okay, where is that next high looking left on the either the daily or the weekly or the monthly? Because that is an area where it could stall. So I want that to be at least 40 cents away. Why 40? Well, if I'm going to risk 20 cents, I want to be able to I want to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents. Okay. Double my stop. Some are, I don't know, we call it more conservative. We'll only take a trade. If you're going to risk 20 cents, you want to be able to make 60 cents. That's fine. That's up to you. I mean, that is, I'm okay with risking like a 1 for 2, okay? So I'm sizing all this up fairly quickly, okay? This is not taking forever. I'm able to size up, okay, here's where my stop would be. Now, obviously, if something is moving so quickly, I may not be able to do it. But if something, is like right here, I mean, it's just sort of hanging around that area. I think, okay, yeah, wouldn't mind taking that. Here's my stop. I look left. I had enough room. In this case, I don't, but let's pretend we did. So I take the trade. Now, how many shares do you take? So I don't take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take is determined by the difference between my entry and my stop price. In this case, and again, I'm just trying to make the math super simple, 20 cents. So again, the way I trade, I don't vary how much I risk per trade that much. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $500 the next trade, $50 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. So in the simulator, I want to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. And hopefully it makes sense. If you're starting out with a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So again, in the simulator, I like to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. So that's why I took 500 shares, because if I'm risking $100 a trade and I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, with your set, if you know how to do that, not that hard. You set up, so you're referring to always to the risk amount that you're going to use every trade. And then all you have to do is just input your entry and your stop, and it'll calculate how many shares to take. Now, don't get hung up if, oh man, I should be taking 500 shares, but based on the numbers I just put in, it says now 490. Okay, don't get so hung up on that, but that's a quick way to determine how many shares you take, and then you take the trade. So now you're in the trade. Look at this market. So now you're in the trade, and you're all excited. Now should always start off by saying, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Okay, you can't make money in a simulator when there is no pressure, no emotion, no nothing. If I get stopped out of this trade, oh well, it's not my money. And because once you start trading with live real money, it gets very emotional. Okay, and all the discipline that you're maybe learning now can get thrown out the window. So that's why you've got to practice trading, make money in a simulator before you start trading. But the next step, though, is this: what I'm talking about is discipline and all. Because when you take a trade now it's real money, and you get into a trade and you can't believe it's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. And maybe even our room or somewhere else is all talking about this company, and it really looks good. It's had great earnings. Earnings or news is not a reason for me to take a trade. Is a bonus perhaps, but it's not a reason for me to take a trade. But it's not working, and it starts drifting down towards your stop price, and you say, you know what, Ah, it's going to work. So I'm not going to obey my stop. So that $100 loss, manageable, turns into two, three, four, $500 before you finally get out of the trade and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop, accepting a manageable loss and letting it turn into something that's a lot more devastating, perhaps. And you know what's coming. Almost as bad is okay, you don't obey your stop because you're convinced it's going to come back. You're down $500 and then it does come back. And then you're up three, $400 and you're so glad you didn't obey your stop. And of course that can happen. Of course it can. But in my experience, trading, not obeying my stop at the beginning of my trading career was horrible. Well, first of all, I didn't even really know what a stop was, but even when I did, figured out, okay, I grumble. I guess I better put a stop in and not obeying it because you get stubborn, you get egotistical, you get pig-headed, throw all the adjectives at you, that because you can't believe it's not working. In the old days, and I'm talking, back in the in the 90s, well, certainly 80s and 90s and all that, commissions were so horrible, but that's just the way it was, that to get in and out of a trade and have to absorb the commissions, it could be three, $400 each way, it was tough. There's no excuse now. No excuse now to not get out of a trade. You can't say to yourself, "Wow, I don't want to pay those commissions." You're either in a broker that has no commissions or even IB with its half a cent. It's just not an excuse. And look at it this way. You get into a trade and let's just say, you got into a trade that looked pretty good. You got into a trade right around here, the SPY at 1245, okay? And you got in, it looked pretty good. It was sort of maybe even tracking the market a bit. And then all of a sudden, this hits, this bond action, I guess, bond auction action hit. I guess that's what happened. And you get wiped out of your trade, but you have a stop and you get out. You can't predict that. No, you cannot predict that's going to happen. So you have to accept it. And then maybe later on, maybe the market turns around a little bit. Maybe later on, you can get back into that trade. Okay. So off my soapbox, guys, but I mean, I don't really teach trading so much other than, I really want to hammer the point home that you've got to have good money management. You've got to have a plan. You have to have a reason to take the trade, not just it looks good. Okay. I mean, that might be a reason. And if it's working for you, fine. But you know what I mean? You've got to have some kind of a reason to take the trade. So jackknife regarding swing trading, it's the same thing, really. I mean, just because if you're swing trading something, you would still have to have a stop in place where you're going to get out of the trade. Now, before somebody jumps all over me, typically your stop is going to be a lot wider than a day trade because you've got to give it more. Typically you've got to give it more room. Okay, because like you could get into a trade at the beginning and maybe think like this one. Okay, let's take a look at METC as an example. Could have got into this one earlier on as a day trade, but look how well it's trading. And you might think, well, if you're already in this as a day trade, you might look at this and go, well, I want to keep some. But if you were going to enter this right now, where would you put your stop? I mean, arguably, you could have to put your stop maybe down here, maybe not at the bottom of that wick, maybe down here. So that's a pretty wide stop. Same principle though. If you're going to put let's make it a $2 stop, you have to be able to look left and can you make $4 on the trade? If you're going to risk two, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making four, in my opinion. Okay. So it's the same principle. And where you're going to put your stop. A lot of times, if you look at as some on a daily chart, maybe it's breaking out of a bit of a consolidation area. And you could put your stop at that consolidation area. If it broke down through that, you want to be out because that seemed to be holding. I'm not looking at this stock, but if you look at a stock that had, a fair amount of action at a certain price for a number of days, you might think, okay, as long as it doesn't break down through that, I'll keep in the trade. But again, the same principle. I mean, why would you risk $2 to make 50 cents on a trade? Now, also understand You might get into the trade and it might look good. There might be room for it to move. Doesn't mean it's going to, of course. That's what I always say. Just because when I look left and I see that there's room for a stock to go up to that area, it doesn't mean it's going to. So there will be times where I might only get a one for one, because I don't like the way it's trading. It's moving higher and then it starts to move down. There will be times where I'll get out before my stop. I don't like the way it's trading. My stop is my absolute worst I want to do in the trade. But I reserve, with my call it whatever you want, my trading experience to perhaps get out before the stop hits because I don't like the way it's trading. Maybe the market's all of a sudden tanking. So I can get out early. This is why you've got to practice though. What alert is there for only when the market makes a large and sudden move up and down? I'm not sure there's alert, but I mean, we do have a SPY filter. I don't know if there's an alert though. You could put a new low of, but the SPY, I mean, all I would do is have this, Gus, to be honest with you, just have this, have a SPY chart. I mean, when this starts, you don't know it's going to do this, but if you just have a SPY chart up, and that's why I have it up all the time. But the change in, the S&P changed in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 30. So, I mean, if you wanted to put a big negative number, you want to take the change in 10, but this is not an alert. This is just a filter. So, you could add that filter and put in the minus section. Now, again, what percent you're going to use, I don't know. Well, again, I don't know what percent you can use. Remember, the SPY is not going to change that much on a percentage basis. So I don't know, half a percent down? I don't know. You'd have to experiment. I really don't know. So the change in 10 minutes, half a percent down. I mean, that's probably a big number, like a minimum. That would be like a minimum. And you put like max, minus. You'd have to experiment, but you put minus and then, 0 point, I don't know, oh 05. I don't know. I mean, you'd have to experiment, or 005. Oh, oh 05, sorry. Okay. Yeah. So AJ in our YouTube room is saying that Powell is going to speak at 2 o'clock. So there could be, this is not FOMC or anything, but this could be, we could get some fireworks again. So I don't know what you mean exactly, newbie, when you say the chart, like you have to understand how to read candlesticks. There's no, I mean, I can't, I mean, I've been look. I mean, there are different types of charts, but I mean, I think this is 99.9% of the people use candlestick charts. So I don't know. The only thing I can say is take a look at. I mean, there are all sorts of YouTube videos on how to interpret candlestick charts. But if you click on my homepage link, I know that Michael, if you scroll down to the education section, I'm sorry, up here, Trading 101, I know that, one of his videos or several videos is going to go over, understanding candlesticks and reading candlesticks charts. Okay. But as far as, a different type of way to have the data, I mean, I've never used anything else. Some people might say, oh, I mean, I don't know what other people will say, to be honest. There's no percent measuring tool. No, Gus. But again, I would just have a SPY chart up. I mean, that's why I have this thing. I mean, it's basically front and center. I know what's going on with the market, so the minute you start to see this, I mean, that you can have any measuring tool or filter or whatever you want. I mean, you just see it and you say, wow, okay, something's going on. And you can see this is a classic definition of an alpha stock. An alpha stock, a stock that doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing, doesn't really care what its sector is doing within reason. Okay, I mean, I guess if all of a sudden the market dropped 1,000 points in a second, this probably won't keep going up. Okay. Okay, Gus, you're not always at your desk, but you can hear the alert from across the room. So what would you do with the alert? Okay, I mean, seriously, I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, you get an alert that the market's doing this. What are you going to do? Yeah, and real is not being harsh. I mean, there's no substitute for looking at thousands of charts. I know thousands of charts sounds like a lifetime, but it really isn't. Look at me. I don't know how many charts I see a day. It doesn't take long, to build up 1,000 charts and then 10,000. It really doesn't. After hours, okay. Look at charts. Just go through, have a list of symbols, and just fire our way through. Look at different time frames. Eventually, you see it becomes a pattern, and you're able to size things up fairly quickly. But it's not, you have to put the time in. Okay, guys. Be fascinating to see what this market is actually going to do. They've got a bunch of bottoming tails. The buyers have been, barely stepping in. They stepped in nicely on the first one. They really did. I mean, that was down here, 435, and they closed it up here. So anyway, Gus, I wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't. I mean, there's no alert that you can use to show the SPY moving like this because it's a filter. And there's the METC again making another new high. Let me make sure of that though. I better type in SPY. See, these are just filtered. So you can put the change, but that's a filter. You're not going to hear an alert, unless yeah, I mean, unless you created a symbol list and just had the SPY as but I just think it's complicating it. This doesn't happen that often. And so just looking at the SPY and that's it, and then putting like a new 5-minute low as a trigger. All right. Well, let's see if Mr. Powell is going to say anything that's going to really further tank the market at 2 o'clock. Again, Metsi, I'm going to have to keep this monthly chart up for it because this had, and that is the next high in the daily chart. Okay. That 1646 is the next high in the daily chart for Metsi. Boy, look at this Weibo China stock. I remember when this was a lot more, $74, $11 now. Man. I'm really waiting to see when this GME just finally utterly collapses. Okay, so he must be talking. I don't know what he's saying, but so for the markets, I don't, is he talking right now? Did he actually start? I know that 2 o'clock was the scheduled time, but sometimes they don't start right away. He's talking. Thank you, William. So he's talking right now. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I just need to have a quick bite. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, couple of couple of points here, guys. So, look at the METC. Look at the METC here, Momo. Look at it here in the option activity, and look at it here in the 10-day daily breakout. So, I've said I should really repeat this a lot. If you have any of these scans, well, if you have all three of them, pay attention to a stock. I mean, more than likely it'll be in the Momo anyway. But if you see a stock in the 10-day daily breakout and in the normal option activity, really pay attention to it. Okay. So there's the METC 1373. I mean, it's at 1606 right now, but you can see that was the first alert in the 10-day daily breakout. Okay. And in the option, I mean, there's so many. I mean, it's almost too many. I mean, there are actually too many alerts in the abnormal option. This will dry up a lot once we get out of. Most of these are earnings plays, and there's METC right there at 1409. So had an alert at 1373 at 948, and then at 1015 a little bit later at 1409. And now, it's at 1606. Not saying that's going to happen all the time, but when you see a stock in the breakouts or downs and in the abnormal option activity scan, really pay attention to it. Not sure the Fed has beaten inflation yet, so I guess that's what he's saying. So the next FOMC is December 13th. So maybe he's prepping the market saying, you know what, we're going to have another interest rate hike on December 13th. All right, guys. So we have still time. If you do want to sign up for the test drive, you can still do it. You're obviously not going to get 10 full days, but only $11.11. So here's the test drive. Again, you can still sign up for it. You'll get the balance of today, only a couple of hours left. You'll have tomorrow and the following week. So you have 6 days, full days, plus the balance of today. It still will cost $11.11. It ends next Friday. Okay, that's when it ends. That's a fixed time. If you're a standard subscriber, you want to be upgraded to our premium service for that time period. You can do so also for the 1111. And basically, what you're getting is a look at the AI. There are differences in our premium and standard service, but this is the main difference that you're seeing right here. When the test drive is over, and maybe even next week, I don't know, but when the test drive is over, you will not see this. This is going to be, not fair for people who pay for premium. Okay, if I'm just going to display it, so that's why I'm displaying it right now, though, because we're in this test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to contact us and say, okay, thanks for the test drive, but unsubscribe me. Okay. There is nothing to unsubscribe from. Okay. And I want to emphasize that because we get so many emails from people saying, please unsubscribe me. And oh, by the way, send me a confirmation email that you've done that. It just overloads our support for no reason. Okay. So there's nothing to unsubscribe from. And we only do this, yeah, it looks like only about 3 times a year now. So, good opportunity to try us out. Now, we do have a great promo on right now. This is the early bird, but it's open to anybody. Anybody who's out there listening to me, even if you're not part of the test drive and you want to try us out. Let me just put, by the way, Pepe, I'm kind of liking this, the little pinned. I know now, as long as I don't do this, I'm fine. Thank you for. Did he really? Somebody cursed him, or he cursed? Really? Oh, you weren't kidding, AJ, when you said close the door. Ha, funny. When does it expire? Let me check the email. If you're part of the test drive, Tim, and I think you are, you should have got an email. But let me do a check. Where am I going to find it? Oh, okay. This is November 13th. So midnight, so 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, November 13th. That's Monday, okay? That's when it expires. So again, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. You wouldn't believe how many people say, "Well, I've done it before 11:59, but I'm on the West Coast." Well, it's 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. We're not trying to be mean. It's just that the code expires. So, like, it actually literally expires, so you can't use it. So, if you click on my homepage link, this is what I'm talking about. There is the code. Okay, and as I understand now, it doesn't have to all be in caps, but okay. I always have been told it's been all caps, but anyway, there it is. Early bird 30% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you're undecided, I mean, I would never take a year of trade idea unless you know you want the program because you're locked in. Okay. You are locked in. So you can always do a month at 30% off. And if you decide, oh yeah, I really like it, and I'd like to take advantage of getting a discount for the whole year, as long as you do it within 30 days of taking your subscription of 30% off, we'll honor the 30% for the year. So that's why there's no rush to take a year at 30%, because you've got to know you want the program if you're going to take a year. And just to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas does cost, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with going monthly afterwards. I mean, there it is, 118 a month. You would take 30% off that. Okay. And if you decide, you know what, I just want to go month to month, then that's what you pay standard. This is our premium service, okay, which you have access to the AI. It'll be 228 less the 30%, less the 30% for that first month. Then if you decide to keep it and you just want to go month to month, that's what you'd pay going forward. Obviously, the reason to take out an annual subscription is, you know, just give me a moment. Come on, calculator. So if you took out a standard subscription, you'd actually be paying $58 a month. with a 30% discount off that 1,000. Okay, $58 a month. That's how much it would be. So that's the reason anybody. So if you got $1,000 or $700 hanging around, lying around doing nothing, and you want to take out and you love trade ideas, then I would probably lean towards doing something like that. Might as well get your monthly subscription, your monthly cost down, and the premium, same thing, 2,000 less the 30%. So that brings it down to $1,400. So that'd be like 116 a month. So it's up to you. Boy, this Metsi is really hanging on to 16, isn't it? And there it just made another new high. So every time this makes a new high, you'll see it up here. Let's see, every time. You'll see it here too. Speaking of para, now the actor strike seems to be over, but I did read a bit of a weasel word tentatively over, so oops, let me get the could start, reach a tentative agreement. Is the strike over? The national board will consider the agreement on Friday. So, I mean, it seems like it should be over, but until they come out tomorrow and say, and they all vote on it, I guess, or the union, it's not over. But it seems like they should be over. In which case, streaming services like Paramount, PAR, Disney. I mean, now Disney was up, on earnings, but can't. Oops, it can't hurt. With their streaming services and all. Disney's been very strong. I mean, it really hasn't followed the market at all. I mean, look at this. Disney has been very, very strong. So, Dak, why did you change your name to Buck? We're trying to go anonymous. All right, guys. Well, 2:20 now. So, William, what time today? Did you say 4:15 again? Oh, you didn't say a time. Okay. Well, again, William, you don't have to do this. I know but it's a really kind of you to keep the room open as long as you do. So what I'm talking about is I typically take off around 3. We'll stay later if there are questions, no problem. But then William will keep the room open, the main room open, okay? Not YouTube. YouTube will be shut down. The main room will stay open until 4:15. No screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but you can still talk about trading. Yeah, I think it's you're right, Christine. I mean, that is probably the one of the early Bibles of candlestick trading patterns, and I even think I think I even bought a copy a million years ago. So, okay, Jason, what I would do is this, because I'm sure we can work something out for you. Okay, I cannot answer you specifically. Question Jason's got is, I still have a couple of months left on my account. Can I use that code? So what I would do is go to our homepage, explain what you want to do, and see if they extend you at that. Okay, I can't tell you what they're going to do. And I'm just trying to find our homepage. Okay, here's our homepage. So if you click on the homepage link, and that's anybody else, okay? I mean, it depends. I mean, if you just took out a subscription, 2 months ago, maybe not. But anyway, there's no harm in trying. Okay, so if you're wanting to extend your subscription at this 30%, I don't know what they're going to say, but click on that homepage link and need help. Click on the need help, click on ask, and give them your email address. Explain what you're trying to do. They'll look up your account and see what happens. Okay. By the way, this is also if you're sitting there with a standard subscription and you're looking and you want to take out an annual right now, doesn't matter, if you took it out last month or we will offer that 30%. If you're sitting there with a standard subscription and you're wanting to go to an annual, we can bump you up and give you that 30%. Okay. The same thing, you would just let them know, go to the chat, ask the question, say, hey, I'm a standard subscriber. I'd like to take advantage of a standard subscriber with an annual subscription. I'd like to take advantage of that 30%, and I'll go to premium. Okay, no problem, William. Yeah, I mean, William has been keeping it open till 4:15. 4:15 because the companies release earnings between 4 and 4:15 usually, and so some earnings to talk about. But as he says, if he's the only one talking to himself, he'll shut the room down at 4. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 25. So I have another 35 minutes or so left. So again, great opportunity to ask me questions if you have any. Don't be shy. Don't think there's no such thing as a stupid question. Honestly, really, we're all started out trading brand new. It can seem mystical, mystifying. I guess that's a better word. Aha. So let's take a look at this green candle that's been forming. So remember, that was a red candle all the way down here. So the buyers are trying to step in a little bit. What time is it? 2:26. So It still has another little less than 4 minutes to close. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, I may put myself on mute and I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, for a while anyway. I'll put myself on mute. I really don't have. Well, okay, guys. The Pub M is still looking interesting. Okay. Oh, and look at this early short that I took on this SHLS. Not in it anymore, of course, but just made a new low. But the Pub M, look what it's doing. I mean, it has been, it's, trading in a pretty tight channel for hours, it seems. You can kind of see that if it could pop through this 15 with some volume, I don't think it really needs market help because it was not dropping like crazy when the market was doing this. So it's an earnings play. Oh, wow. So back to the Pub M. You can see maybe that if it can take this out, this 15 out, look at a weekly chart again. So look, I mean, all I'm looking at is this void here. Even if it doesn't do it today, maybe it does it tomorrow. Second day continuation on earnings. Maybe it does it tomorrow and starts to, fill in this area. Oh man. So this now, let's take a look at Messi. I think it's coming right into that next high on the daily chart. You can see it right. See that red line? And I believe that is going to be about 16, hard to eyeball, 1647 or so. So this is, I mean, if I back this daily chart, I don't know how far back I've got to go. Yeah, I see it looks, this is back in over a year ago. That's why I was just trying to eyeball it. No point in really doing what I just did, but Okay, guys, so I think I'll put myself on mute, and if there's a question, I will hop back on, put myself on mute for a bit. Guys, I'm wondering if this one will start to catch up. It must be a different classification of stock. MetCB, you can see it's up 18%. Okay, same company, Ramaco, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain the difference in what the B is, but you can see that it's 18% up, and MetC is up 37%. So I don't know. Maybe this MetCB will start to catch up. Now, it's a very low float compared to the other one. Excuse me, I know I'm eating. 5 million in the float, and the spread is awful. 1420, 1447, but Yeah, Christine, I don't know how to answer. I mean, first of all, there's no volume on this SQL, so it's going to be trading as, yeah, as Real is saying. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule on any of this, but there's no trading on it though either right now. If you now, I don't even see any. I can't see the news and when it'll start to trade. Also, they did a 1 for 40 reverse split back in August. Wow. So they did a 1 for 40 reverse split back in August. Also, so as always, though, if you want to find out when it's going to, I mean, I don't know if it's, I can't see any news on when it's going to be. Let's see if this has it any in this acquisition. Okay. Okay, that's all about canceling their dividend. So I'm just looking at the last announcement I can see was on May 30th. So yeah, I don't know when it's going to start trading. But what you can do is this, of course, if you're willing to, is to just put, okay. Well, if you're going to be in every day and you want to know when it starts to trade as ATLN, just create the price alert. Of course, it's not trading as ATLN right now, obviously, and just create the price alert, put $1 or something. And then if you're around, this in your price alert, this will pop up on your screen when it starts to trade. But I don't see anywhere where it actually says where it's supposed to start trading. Okay, guys, getting close to the end here. So what I'm going to do for those people who are on YouTube is give them the link to the trading room, because I'll be shutting down YouTube in about 6 minutes or so. 3 o'clock. Okay, so here is the link to get into the to the main room. If you still want to talk about trading and all that. Again, I won't be on the mic. You won't see my screen, but there are still a lot of traders in the room. This METCB just intrigues the heck out of me. Yeah, I don't know if he must be. I'm sure Powell is done talking. He started at 2. I don't think he's talking for an hour, so I'm sure he's done talking. He speaks at 3 p.m. today. Okay, what's going on? Somebody said 2, and that he cursed. Or does he come back at 3, Cam? Hmm. So he's going to come back at 3 and talk. Okay, that's for sure. Because he was definitely talking at 2. Okay, so he didn't resume. Okay, I mean, I did read the comments about protesters interrupted his speech. So what did he left the stage and now he's going to come back at 3? Like where are these pressers anyway? Like where are they physically? That protesters can come on in and wreak havoc. Well, I don't know. I mean, Shady started talking about this early. I don't know at what price, but this kept showing up and up and up on all the scans. And that we're talking about the METC. Again, there. You know what? There's even a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for METC now. You can see that red bar right there. That's the 230 candle, 15-minute candle, totally engulfed by the previous green one. The next candle is green, moves on top 1631, has to take, and then it's green. So I mean, this could keep going. I mean, there's a red bar ignored. So you have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then uptrend continues. Somehow, I doubt he's coming back, Cam, but you might be right. He definitely talked at 2, so hard to believe he'll come back, but you might be right. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if there are no more questions, I think I'll take off. William will keep the room open until, I guess he said 4:15. Okay. So again, I'll hang around if there's some questions. If none, I will take off. You're welcome, Jay Jackknife. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I will put myself on mute. I'll be shutting down the YouTube room. I'll put myself on mute and the screen sharing will stop.